of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Attawandaronk, Mississauga, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat peoples, and is still home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and we're grateful to be able to live, work, and play on this land. Championship events in any sport are a real big deal, including harness racing, and ours is the Breeders' Crown. Harness racing certainly does all come down to the Breeders' Crown. We'll have championship finals 1 week from tomorrow night, and of course 1 week from tonight as well. This evening it's elimination night, night number 1 of those elims, more to come tomorrow. Harness racing action returns here to the big time at Campbellville, Ontario's Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight. 12 dashes on the go, including those Breeders' Crown eliminations. As far as weather is concerned, Mother Nature is going to treat us this week anyway. As far as the weather is concerned, 15 degrees as we approach our first race post time fast track tonight. As you saw, winds gusting in from the southwest just under 20 kilometers an hour. Great weather expected for tomorrow night as well, as we have night 2 of those Breeders' Crown eliminations. Hi everybody, Ken Middleton in the announcer's booth this evening, getting set to call the action for you this evening. We'll have program change information in a few moments, and we've got an all-star staff on staff tonight for bringing you great coverage, insight, analysis, opinion, and more. Randy Waples will join. Hall of Famer Randy Waples will be joined by Chad Rosema, Monique Vag, Mark McKelvey's going to work his way into the mix tonight as well in different levels. So we've got you covered from start to finish throughout tonight's broadcast. Enjoy it. Good luck to all involved as well. Program change information, our next order of business as we begin in tonight's first race, $100,000 in guaranteed pool money for the early pick 5. We have a shoeing change on 1, Don't Poke the Bear. That one goes steel to aluminum all around. In the second race, the 1 Osceola, steel to aluminum, a shoeing change made up front. Nothing in this evening's third race, that's clear. Tonight's fourth race kicks off the early pick 4, it's clear. Nothing in race number 5. The late pick 5 tonight starts in race 6, where 5, Save the Last Dance, goes steel to aluminum shoes up front. Seventh race, more Breeders' Crown action there, no changes. Tonight's 8th race, 5, Come Roll With Me. Switching shoes, aluminum to steel up front, and a right side Murphy blind being added tonight. In the 9th race, we begin the late pick 4 wager. No changes in tonight's 9th. 10th race starting our final pick 3, no changes. Nothing in the 11th race to kick off the late double. And tonight's 12th race, no changes. And no carryover for the jackpot high 5 as we did have a single winning ticket on the program here last night. And that's it for program change information. Any additional notes we'll be sure to share with you throughout tonight's card. So enjoy night 1 of the Breeders' Crown eliminations. To tell you all about it, our great cast here tonight. Chad Rosema, Monique Vag. They'll be joined later this evening by Randy Waples, Mark McKelvey on staff here tonight as well. Enjoy the coverage and good luck to all involved in those Breeders' Crown limbs.
Oh, wild finish!
It's a Breeders' Crown showdown at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 2 nights of incredible racing, 12 divisional championships, over $6.5 million in prize money. Join us on October 28th and 29th for harness racing's richest, most prestigious year-end fight to the finish. From the long shots to the sure shots, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
And good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park and in our luxurious studios here. I'm Chad Rosema. This is Monique Vag. Randy Waples, the Hall of Famer. He'll be stopping by here shortly. As we get set to play host to the Breeders' Crown eliminations, we've known for quite some time, obviously, that this was coming our way. First time since 2019. Looking forward to these 2 nights, but then even more so the 2 nights next week as we'll set the stage. It's just so awesome. It is so awesome, and you're going to have even more of a part in terms of the Breeders' Crown with the draw on Tuesday. So you're going to be busy. Yeah, we'll be drawing 3 finals there. There'll be actually a bunch of draws tonight as well. So there's a lot on the go, a lot of housekeeping to take care of. It's just going to be amazing. Shout out to Mother Nature. Oh, yes. I mean, thank you so much. We know that some of these nights have been challenging in the past, but so far we are great tonight. Tomorrow's going to be even better. And then let's just hope we can get a carbon copy of this next weekend. I mean, it would just be win-win for everybody. So fingers crossed that that's what happens. But I remember when you started with us back in 2019, late September. How lucky are you? You start late September, a month into your job, you get Breeders' Crown? Come on.
I know, and then surprise, surprise, back here again with more Breeders' Crown. So
that's right.
I mean, there's nothing better than the Breeders' Crown. We always say that, and it's so incredible. And just all the big nights that we have, it's bittersweet because we know that when we do hit Breeders' Crown, Mohawk Million, that's typically the end of stake season usually. But then we're blessed with the Breeders' Crown. But as I said, bittersweet because then winter's right around the corner, and then it's nice to see like the culmination of all the hard work for all the horse people, all the horses, and to be able to see it all come to fruition and go for what everyone's competing for. It's fun, but. And we're going to be sad in the winter months, but we got some good series action outside of that too.
We'll have lots to keep us busy, but we look forward to this, and we are very proud to host once again here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Appreciate everybody joining us, tuning in, or via simulcast. We didn't need eliminations for every single division, which isn't a surprise. There's actually 4 that are heading straight to a final. So some decided to tune up this morning here in the qualifiers, and although the weather was nice, it was chilly.
It was.
It was cold last night, and it was still chilly this morning. The sun is shining, sure, but look at Bob McClure and that star Forbidden Trade. 54-4, tune-up for him for his open trot. What else does this trotter have to prove?
Absolutely nothing. And just to be able to see him here, of course, always fun to check out those qualifiers on our YouTube channel is the best way to tune in, to be able to see that. And if you want to get another view or just be able to rewatch it. And he's just had so much success here that it's a pleasure to watch him.
Thrilled Philly Pacers, nice little duel here down the stretch. Treacherous Dragon and Scott Zeron up in time over Dexter Dunn and Nikki Hill. 52-1, they're both going to hit the wire pretty much together. But 52-1, great little tune-up. That's a heck of an effort there, I think, for both those fillies. And then you want to talk about an effort. You can guess who this is, right? This is Mr. Bulldog Hanover, and he's just doing Bulldog Hanover things. Yeah, there were other horses in this qualifier, but just him in the shot here. And, tight-lined. And I can't stress enough, it was only a few degrees this morning. And, sure, maybe wind wasn't... Anyway. It was huge, 26 and a piece in the end, a 51-2 effort for Bulldog Hanover. Wow.
It's so funny how you can see in the qualifier there, you're like, okay, there's no explanation needed who this is. You could just tell he's out there. And it's not the margin that he's getting on his rivals. It's just him, the way that his gait is, the way he looks. Of course, Dexter still can be on him. Tight-lined, as you said, and so impressive. I am so excited to see him. And it's been a while since we've seen him in person. Yeah, and happy to have him here, that's for sure. So tonight we have a bunch of eliminations for the 2-year-olds. So we will be drawing a bunch. Mark McKelvey and John Campbell. I think Tony O'Sullivan's going to be part of this as well. We have got eliminations that will be contested tonight, and then some draws made. So Thrill Philly Pacers, they're going straight to the final. So after race number 1, we will get the live draw for this. Mare Trot straight to their final as well. That'll be after race number 2. Then we'll have the 2-year-old Colty Gelding Trotters. They have a limbs tonight. So after the 5th race, the draw. After race 6 will be the 2-year-old Philly Trot after their limbs as well. Then Philly Pacers and Colty Gelding Pacers after races 7 and 10. So we've got a lot to do tonight. There'll be a couple of more draws tomorrow, and then there'll be a trio of draws at a press conference for the Breeders' Crown not too far from here in Milton on Tuesday evening. So hopefully you can, if you can't make it out to the draw, because anybody that's involved in the Breeders' Crown, not just those 3 races, is free to join. Is welcome to come join us at the draw. It's going to be a great festivity there Tuesday evening. So looking forward to that. But we got to dive in here, Monique, because we got a lot to cover, right? So let's get into it. Race number 2, our first elimination of the night. This is for the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Top 4 finishers will advance. The 5th place finisher out of the 2 eliminations with the highest money earning total, lifetime earnings, advances to the final. Kilmister, who was the winner of the Peter Houghton earlier this year, he got a bye, winning you're in. He will draw 1 to 5, as will elimination winners. They'll draw 1 to 5. So in this opening elimination, a field of 9, you've got the William Wellwood Memorial Champion here. He is the lukewarm morning line favorite. But I think there's some others in here that you got to go with too. They could certainly make a case for it. Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of hoping to do in here, of course. And we can't stress the importance of being able to win your elimination here, having the luxury of being able to get a much better post to work with. That's extra imperative in here, and it's exciting to be able to see some of these horses that we haven't seen yet before. So for me, I ended up going Crown on top. Been so impressed with what we've seen out of him right from the start. He's been consistently right there. He can be raced in different styles. I love getting Brian Sears here, of course, being able to race with them. And, you know, I'm the only one going that one's direction. But again, this is just such an incredible group of trotters in here that you can make a case for so many. I see you're going the direction of 8, Jokic. We've seen him a lot this year.
Yeah, Jokic, you know what, he had missed about a month between races. I had to face some older ones, not that much older, but I mean, not too, in his most recent. And I kind of thought maybe he'll be, just let's shed some rust. Well, he was good to go, and he kicked home. He's got such a great late kick. I just think of Tyler Jones, who, he's relishing this moment, right? He just loves being out there. And he's such a great kid, and I wish him all the best. And I think Jokic is the kind of talent that can certainly, come up with a winning effort if he's within range. He did actually set a track record for a 2-year-old gelding on the trot with that most recent win, but there's a whole bunch in here. Osceola, ton of talent if he minds his manners. Gates, Hanover, he could be better there for Swanstedt. Gaines, Hanover, trouble trip in his latest. He's got talent. The Gruffalo, the New York Cider Stakes champ. Then Crown, as you mentioned, with him, winner's bet in here. This is going to be a tough elimination to be top 4, to be able to know that you're going to secure a spot into the final.
It is, and local talent too, so well represented. Gaines Hanover, one that I gave a much closer look to off that troubled trip, but he's been racing awesome. Moreau's having himself a consistent year as per usual, and I think this one's very, very live in here to potentially pull off the upset. Didn't go the way that he wanted in the Wellwood, but I think he's definitely good enough to compete versus this group.
You're a hardcore basketball fan, you don't go with Jokic? Okay. All right, maybe you're waiting for the final. Over race number 3, this is our first of 2-year-old filly pace eliminations, field of 7 in here. Top 5 will advance to the final. Again, elimination winners. They don't select their post, but they are sure of drawing somewhere in 1 to 5. Sylvia Hanover, local, certainly one of our top hopefuls to keep a crown here in Canada. She has just been absolutely sensational, and it'd be tough to think otherwise here tonight. Other than seeing her go to the winner's circle, here she is in the She's a Great Lady. Charleston's a good one. I actually used her on this occasion to try and beat her. Dexter gave her a perfect trip. She couldn't. She simply couldn't.
Yeah, she's just way too good right now, that being Sylvia Hanover. The only kind of blemish on her record is that runner-up finish where she had that second-tier starting position to navigate from. She's the filly that's blessed with all that early speed, and she was just really up against it on that day. And still, to finish second best there, I love that effort. And since then, we've seen the talent that she's been able to show. Grand Circuit level, she's been absolutely incredible, and almost unanimous. Mike Probosi, the only contrarian in here with mixed Seaside, which is also a very logical option to use underneath. But I'm just excited to see Sylvia Hanover, and couldn't happen to better people and better connections too, to have a filly like that.
And I get the mixed Seaside, very consistent form coming in, kind of getting hot too. A couple of wins. Dexter Dunn took over the driving last time. Ron Burke's got a bunch in eliminations, and then some that are going straight to a final. Burke Brigade could have a big weekend next weekend, that's for sure. They've got so many good ones in town. Mixed Seaside fits the bill of that one. This is the Ohio Sire Stakes champion down by the Seaside, and this is a win at the Grand Circuit level with the Red Mile last time out, and a pretty good effort there in 51-2 again with Dexter Dunn. But Sylvia Hanover, she's gonna demand a huge effort from anybody to try and defeat her in that 3rd race. 4th race on the card, 2-year-old Colts and Gelding Trotters. It is the 2nd elimination for them. Again, the first one coming up in race number 2. So once again, top 4, 5th place finisher that's got the most money made lifetime, or obviously this season, will get into the final. We already know that Kilmister has secured a spot in the final after winning the Houghton. We've got the Mohawk Million champion here. Oh well, he was a dominant winner for Melander, Tetrick, and SRF Stable, and here it is back on September the 24th. Silly Me Hanover, we're going to see in her 2-year-old filly trot elimination. She was 2nd in this race. Proud to be Lindy, another one we're going to see racing later. But for Oh well, I mean, tough to say that this race doesn't go through him.
Yeah, it's true. And to be able to look at the effort he put forth in the Mohawk Million, you mentioned, just as dominant as it possibly can be, and it was a no doubt effort there. Tim had him on the lead, he controlled it, and just how impressive he looked. He's so tough to play against in here, and he's going to be a short price, but again, as we know, elimination, I mean, it's tough to back someone that's going to be as short of a price as Oh well. I guess the best way is to single in those multi-legs, and you can most certainly do that. But I'm curious, but your direction on top. No.
Not for me. No. Celebrity Bambino. I mean, here's a trotter that had to miss a little bit of time. And I think is really coming into this race in great form. Coming in off of a win at Pocono Downs. Prior to that, I think was just kind of gradually getting better. There's a lot of talent there. He's got some gate speed too. Yannick in the bike, Burke doing the training. There's a lot to like. I think he can leave out of there, not get stung, and get himself positioned. He's got a shot coming away with a win here and assuring himself a nice draw in next week's Rich Final.
I like it. And how about someone like Crantini? Happy to see Scott Zeron back. That's one thing we have to make mention of. It's just for him to be able to come back from such a serious injury and to be back in the sulky, winning those races and putting forth those efforts. Happy to see him back with this horse that I think is just so incredibly talented and didn't have an easy trip by any stretch in the Mohawk Million with that tough draw to work with. So we will see. Could be a big factor in here.
And we know the stable's having a career year with their clients and looking to have big success on Breeders' Crown Night as well. Over to race number 5, our next Breeders' Crown elimination. This is for the 2-year-old filly trotters. Here, just one elimination because the top 8 finishers are going to advance to the final. Instagram model, who was able to win the Doherty earlier this year, got the win in your in. Righteous Resolve was offered a buy, accepted it. Now, what I can say about Righteous Resolve, she accepted the buy, our super final champion, another one that for locally we've got high hopes with her for the Breeders' Crown. She will be in the open draw. She does not, draw 1 to 5. She is in the open draw. But here in this 5th race, a bunch of us going the direction of Special Way, and I like a Walner trifecta actually in this spot. Tough to argue against this Fonstead trainee. There's a couple others that maybe could step up their game.
She's been so good, especially as of late when she's been able to utilize that speed, get to the front end and control it from there. She's been so dominant, and just for the way that she's been finishing off her miles too, that's one thing to consider. It's one thing to get on the front end and maybe end up tiring a little bit late, but she's been consistently right there. 26-3 for the final quarters, 27 flat, such a great back half, and again, just a dominant effort out of her. I'm curious to see how that's going to translate here, because of course we've never seen her yet, but yeah, it looks the part and obviously looks like the one to beat.
Yeah, and fitting that once again the Marvin Katz and Al Lindfeld Breeding Partnership is the presenting sponsor of the Breeders' Crown, and this is a homebred for them in Special Way, and she certainly looks special, that's for sure. Walner Payton has been kind of racing in that one's shadow, but did come up with a win last time at the Red Mile. Blonde Bombshell is a very intriguing one to me. Dave Miller, I get it, the Hall of Famer's driven a lot for these connections, but he opted away from Mombasita to drive this Walner filly who's bred very well, was an expensive yearling, has one start, and it was a winning one. They wouldn't put her in here unless they thought she had a shot.
That's right. She definitely interests me one for one. She mentioned to start her career. Even likes of Silly Me Hanover. Huge effort in the Mohawk Million. That was such a good looking qualifier for her. Yeah. Of course, she was just dominant in that qualifier, and I love the effort out of her. And she's someone that, as long as she's able to mind her manners, I think can be a huge factor in here too.
That's the 5th race. Let's turn the page to race number 6, 2-year-old filly pace. Breeders' Crown elimination in here. And again, the top 5 finishers advancing to the final. Field of 8. Morning line choice is Strong Poison in here. She draws the outside. It's a Burke trainee that is 8 for 10 in the money. She's been winning a lot lately, and she's been finishing second a lot lately. Now, those runner-up finishes are to Twinbee Joe Fresh. And that is a Dexter Dunn driven and actually co-owns that filly, but she wasn't Breeders' Crown eligible. But that is the fastest 2-year-old of the year. A boy or girl, but she's a filly, 48-4 effort for her. Strong Poison dodges that one, as do others. But she was second last time to Twinbee Joe Fresh, but she's just been so good, so consistent all season long.
She really has been so impressive, and you mentioned the Burke Brigade, just the success they have, and when they send them over here, we know they're Breeders' Crown ready, and they're always so tough. The outside draw in a smaller field can't hold all that much weight to that. She's been awesome, as you mentioned. She can race from off the pace. She'll be tough in here. There's a few other options that kind of interest me. Charleston, we mentioned how talented this filly is, and ended up putting forth a really impressive effort, and she's a great lady final. Couldn't go by Sylvia Hanover. Lucky to be able to dodge her in this spot, but Save the Last Dance for me, a filly that we've seen here locally. She's had so much success. I think maybe her best race is off of a helmet, and I think unfortunately the most recent out of that outside draw had to get to the front end and utilize that speed. So we will see maybe different tactics are ensued in here, but I'm very interested by her.
Ton of talent, and Gallucci knows that. There's a ton of talent there. She has shown it, but she is just a bit of a handful, and she's going to have to just learn to relax. We'll see how she is tonight in her 6th race elimination. Race number 7, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. We've got a pair of eliminations. Top 5 finishers advancing, races 7 and 9 for the rookie Colton Gelding Pacers. And here's one I've been looking forward to seeing come our way. It's the Sweet Lou Colt Confederate. He's won 4 in a row. His only defeat was a fast closing third at Hoosier Park in his pari-mutuel debut. Brian Brown and Tim Tetrick looking to team up here. Gets on the Lasix program despite being an easy winner in all of his races.
That's interesting. What do you make of that exactly?
Well, I mean, you got to think that, Brian's obviously just, noticed something that's, ailed him, and he's going to put him on the Lasix program, and here he comes. With even a bigger effort perhaps. He's missed some time, hasn't raced since the 18th of September. Will it matter? I'm not sure. Many of us go in his direction. Save America. Top level colt too. Certainly one of the top 2-year-old colt pacers in North America this season. Runner up in his last pair, including second to Stockade Sealster, our local star in the Metro final. Post 10, the great thing about him, Monique, is that you can back him from there. And sure, he's going to need some help, and he's going to have to really be on his game from out there. But he's got that versatility to be able to kind of handle any trip, I think, that's thrown his way. That's
true, and we've seen him be able to take well to racing over this oval because it's different. Every single track has its quirks and differences, and he's raced really, really well here, as you mentioned. Good in the Metro limb, and then, of course, the Metro final runner-up finish. I love the efforts we've seen. Trip is going to be what wins him the race or loses him the race in here, I'd say, and it's going to be tricky at a post 10, but I'm excited to see him here and Confederate as well.
Yeah, Confederate, looking forward to that 2-year-old race. We'll skip over 8. We'll head to race number 9. It is our 7th and final elimination on night 1 of the Breeders' Crown, presented by the Liddell Cats Breeding Partnership. Field of 10 for this 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace. Stockade Sealster, there he is, coming off of his super final victory last Saturday. He's going to race on somewhat short rest. He was pretty darn good again, right? Winning his super final here. And we know... Sure, we're showing strictly on Ontario-sired horses, but the competition is always very deep, year in and year out. So we know he's beating great competition, but he has clearly been the best in that program.
He's been awesome. And what's really interesting is how he's been able to sustain that throughout the entire year. 9 starts are quite a bit for a 2-year-old, especially given it being this point in the season, and he's been as consistent as can be. Jody's driven him hard in a lot of these occasions, and he's showing no signs of slowing down, which I think is most interesting at this point. Of course, going to have to tackle Grand Circuit horses in here, and I think he's up for the task. Another post 10 going to be tricky for him, but yeah, I love what we've seen out of him, and maybe we see him a little bit off the pace in here, or at least early on.
I'm intrigued by Tip Top Cat. We know the story. He was sold on Gate. Team Burke acquired $330,000 US. They've got him here. It's his first start. He did defeat Stockade Sealster in the Metro elimination. He's got a good draw. I think the race is going to set up well for him. We'll see how Tip Top Cat fares in his debut for his new connections. We've got plays of the night, and a lot of them to dole out here this evening. Hopefully, well, you know what, they can't all be winners, unless there's a dead heat, because I know we do have some head-to-heads. Right off the bat here, Ghislain is liking Ken Middleton's charge of don't poke the bear with Dexter Dunn. Dexter's got a future. I think he'd be all right aboard this one. And then I'm Hungry, the younger brother to, three-quarter brother to Beach Glass, is going to debut, and that is Garnett's going to go with. Then Blew Me a Kiss, picking up, I believe, Dexter Dunn on this one as well, in race number 8, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Dexter's going to drive this one for Nick Boyd, and that is going to be Robert Reed's angle. I just talked about Tip Top Cat. I'm going to try him in race 9. I'm head-to-head with Mr. Promosi. He says, handle like a Porsche, just like I think he's got a couple of Porsches. I'm pretty sure that's what he drives.
I mean, he's always taking long shots. Just got to get a couple to come through.
Best bet for him. And then you've got a spot play in race number 10.
I am Better Be Donna. I always say with someone like Better Be Donna, she pops up with these monstrous efforts time and time again, and she's been so close to getting another victory. And I thought she raced her eyeballs out last start. Why not have her in the 10th?
All right, those are the plays of the night. I mentioned that the Hall of Famer Randy Waples, he is going to be in studio here in just a few moments with Monique Vag. I'm going to head outside and kind of wander around as well. They'll be doing some post-race interviews. But we've got all hands on deck, and we have brought in the big guns here with Mr. Mark McKelvey joining us here as well. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Chad and Monique, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to Breeders' Crown Elimination Weekend. A lot on the go. It's going to be a very busy couple of nights, and tonight we're going to jump right into things. Obviously, we got all those elimination races that you guys just teed up, but as well, we're going to start looking right ahead to next weekend's finals. We are going to draw the finals of 6 different Crown events here tonight. Obviously, we have the eliminations for the 2-year-old events. We'll do those draws once those eliminations are completed. But here early on in the night, we had a couple of Breeders' Crown races, the 3-year-old filly pace and the older open mare trot that did not need eliminations. So we're going to draw those finals and find out where the finalists will be starting on the starting gate. So lots to get you caught up on tonight as well. When we have some time, we'll do some interviews over here in the paddock, a beehive of activity. Maybe not on this side, but I'm telling you, over there, it's already filled up, and it'll be filling up as the night goes along. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We wish all the connections the best of luck, and to you, the horse players out there, good wagering luck over Breeders' Crown Elimination Weekend. Maybe some will catch your eye. Maybe they won't deliver tonight, but ones to keep an eye on next weekend. It's going to be a great couple weekends of racing. Before we can get into everything, though, we need to take a quick time out, and then we'll get you set for race number 1 here tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Oh, wild finish.
It's a Breeders' Crown showdown at Woodbine Mohawk Park. 2 nights of incredible racing, 12 divisional championships, over $6.5 million in prize money. Join us on October 28th and 29th for harness racing's richest, most prestigious year-end fight to the finish. From the long shots to the sure shots, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown.
It all begins right here in Ontario. From owning your next Ontario Sire Stakes champion
149 and 2.
to winning coveted Grand Circuit races, Ontario sired yearlings have what it takes to put you in the winner's circle.
151 and 4.
Logan Park from the pocket spot coming on.
Purchase your next Ontario Sired Stakes winner this fall.
Fashion frenzy to take the good times.
The one and only choice, Ontario Sired.
This is the tale of Father Patrick, the standard bearer of a proud lineage, with a legacy of victory and glory all his own. His legend continues to grow.
Father Patrick in control. He does it again. He wins by 2.5 lengths.
Father Patrick with a Breeders' Crown.
Be a part of the legend of Father Patrick, now at Diamond Creek Farm.
Winback Farm was the #1 breeder in Delaware, New York, and Ontario for 2021 Sire Stakes. Highlighting Winback Farm's 2022 lineup are first crop yearlings from Courtly Choice, Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from The Bank. Visit www.winbackfarm.com for sale lineups. Again, for more information, that's winbackfarm.com.
everyone. Welcome back in studio. Winning Bag, joined by Randy Waples. We kicked Chad out, and for good reason, right?
Absolutely.
We needed to.
Bye-bye, Chad.
Happy to have you back. It's
Happy
always
to be
great
back. It's nice
to
to
be
see
here.
you. You've been busy.
Been busy. You've been busy
You've been doing
too.
a lot of traveling up and down the 401.
That's right. Been putting in those miles. It's
I'll
okay
say,
though.
Rexdale, Campbellville, Rexdale.
We never escape racing though. That's the one thing, is that no matter what, even on our days off, which are never really days off, it's always just watching racing. For me and you too, I know sometimes the thoroughbreds here and there, you tune into that, but we are so jam-packed in here, so it's going to be an awesome weekend. You're here with us, eliminations and finals as well, of course.
Yeah, this is just going to be a lead up. I mean, this is so exciting tonight, really, because I mean, we get to see a lot of, well, obviously we get to see the best of the best, but we get to see horses that we haven't really seen up here before, so that's always cool too. But this is the lead up to next weekend there, and I mean, that's really cool. This is when you want to do your homework, right?
That is true.
This is when you want to really look at it hard.
That's right. I want to ask you, anyone in particular you're really excited to see for the first time before we get into the early pick 5? Any horse in particular that kind of caught your eye that you're just really excited to see how they're going to translate here?
I'm kind of interested on the Stockade Sealster thing because, like, you know, he kind of had that race a couple of weeks ago there that didn't look as good.
Yeah.
Last week he looked really good, maybe just a little bit tired on the end of it, but I think listening to Doc's interview, it almost sounded like he was expecting him to be a little bit tired. So he should be that much better, but he's got the 10 hole. And there's some really powerful colts in there. So it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes him to get to the front, if Jody decides to race him in front, how he races from off the pace. I think there's a lot of question marks on Stockade.
I had to see you didn't end up using him on top. When you were talking about it, I was like, okay, let's see who'd you end up going with. But I guess we'll save that a little bit later on. But of course you're using him in the top 3.
Yeah, 10 hole or not. I mean, he's ultra impressive, but it really, you know, it's going to show a different level of him tonight, I think.
Let's take a look at the opener before we get into all the Breeders' Crown action. It's on 4-year-olds and younger, now winners of one race. You are going the direction of the 7 in here, Brookdale Mickey. Just a little bit too much work to do in that most recent.
Yeah, I mean, and second start down, she does show that break. Toss that one, and everything else is some really good lines. She does show a few breaks when she was down in the Maritimes, but Ben seems to have her ironed out. She's showing really big speed, and I really like that last line with the 7 hole. Looks like Jody can race her however he wants. He can leave with her. She's done that before, and he can race her from off. So that's the one that I'm going with.
She'll be tough in here. For me, I ended up going I'm Hungry on top. Interested to see this colt because he hasn't shown us all that much in those 2 qualifiers, but more than anything, just kind of excited to see how he's going to stack up in the qualifiers. Sweet Amira, we've seen her competing, and she's done a great job. She's been awesome thus far this year, but I'm interested by this horse. A little bit cold on the board at 10-1, but I don't think you can really go wrong. A tough spot to debut in, that's for certain. And then some other ones to kind of touch on. The one, Don't Poke the Bear, getting Dexter Dunn on board for the first time.
That's, you know, I mean, that's certainly not going to help him. But for whatever reason, you know, Don't Poke the Bear. It doesn't seem like he wants to get his picture taken very bad. He loves being second and third. He's a money-making kind of a horse, but he's a little bit camera shy so far. But maybe Dexter will be the difference.
Looking forward to the opener here. Of course, this kick starts that early pick 5. Looks to be a fantastic pool, just shy of 55,000 before it paraded. Randy and I will have you covered the entire night. Chad, and we'll be tuning in with Mark as well. They'll be having you covered with a lot of draw and good information. So do stay tuned, and good luck in race number 1.
Horses are on the track for tonight's first race. 1, Don't Poke the Bear, Dexter Dunn aboard. Pacer That I Train, I share ownership, I bred. Partners are Dave Walls and James Grant. Number 2 in the group is Control the Smile, Trevor Henry with Brent Dunbar trainee. Brent shares ownership with Dorothy Dunbar. Here's 3, Sam, Son of a Beach, Sylvain Filion with Joe Pereira trainee, owned by James and Edward Barry. Chris Christopherou with number 4, Let's Go Jude. Terry Fritz co-owns and trains, partners with Rick Ryer. Here now is 5, All-Star Cheddar, James McDonald with that Lloyd Mansfield trainee, owned by Antonia Smith. Number 6 in the group is Wizard of Bods, Tyler Jones for trainer-owner-breeder Kevin Bods. This is number 7, Brookdale Mickey, Jody Jameson pilots for trainer Ben Hollingsworth. Owners are Douglas and Douglas Polly. Paul McDonnell with the 8, I'm Hungry. He trains the homebred for the Schooner 2 stable. 9 is La Playadeo, in reign to Scott Young. Trainer John Heed shares ownership with Dorian DeJong. And to complete our first race group, this is the 10 Better Sunset, handled by Bob McClure. The trainer Murray Breather. Owners are George, Kellyanne, and Greg Hunt. Race number 1 goes to post in 6 minutes. It's the opening leg of tonight's $100,000 guaranteed pool early pick 5. And the horses head to the gate for tonight's first race. Group of 10, led by 7. Brookdale Mickey, a 3-2 favorite. Jody Jameson aboard the Ben Hollingsworth trainee, a fast, closing third in his most recent. Home in 26-2 that night to pace a mile in 53-3. He'll take on 9 others as the gate swings off the turn and into the stretch. It is post time for the first from Mohawk Park. Here they come. And they're off. Good beginning in the center. First out of there is All-Star Cheddar. From the inside, Don't Poke the Baron and Control the Smile show Hustle 2. Way out wide, driving as I'm Hungry into third. Brookdale Mickey, a forwardly placed fourth outside. Taken back into fifth now goes All-Star Cheddar. Retreating at the inside to sixth is Sam, Son of a Beach. Further back at the inside to be along from in seventh now as they scoot over to the quarter is Let's Go Jude. Park Doe drives. They'll play O'Dale looking for a seat. He'll get one. Then it's back to Wizard of Bods and trailing is Better Sunset. First quarter, 27-1. Control the Smile leads the charge across the backstretch on top 2 lengths. Second to the inside is I'm Hungry. Then Don't Poke the Bear third. Brookdale Mickey continues fourth inside. The fifth one back is All-Star Cheddar. A gap of 3 lengths back. Sixth inside to Sam, Son of a Beach. Further back into seventh will play O'Dale. Racing inside from an eighth is Let's Go Jude. Backed up from a ninth now. That's Wizard of Bods. Trailer at the inside from a 10th is Better Sunset. 56-4 that first half rings up and they move into the final turn, chasing Control the Smile. I'm Hungry rides the pocket. Here's Brookdale Mickey now first up, quickly out of fourth, into third and driving. Don't Poke the Bear fourth inside. With cover fifth comes All-Star Cheddar. Field up to the final 3/8 now, chasing long shot leader Control the Smile. Pressure as Brookdale Mickey brings it. Right there third in the pocket spot is I'm Hungry. Advancing on cover, All-Star Cheddar into fourth. Don't Poke the Bear swings out to catch a ride fifth. 3/4 in 126 and they spin home, trying to track down Control the Smile as he's on top. Brookdale Mickey's all over him though. Here outside from in third comes All-Star Cheddar. Don't Poke the Bear on the grandstand side, late onto the scene fourth. Deep stretch and opening up a quick lead is Brookdale Mickey, and he's got 4 in the field for Jameson. It's all Brookdale Mickey here. Brookdale Mickey straight and strong, and he wins this opener by 4 lengths. Second down the center was All-Star Cheddar. Don't Poke the Bear third, tight for fourth in 1:53-2. Numbers on the board for tonight's first. Top 4 finishers 7, 5, 1, and 2 with mile 1:53-2. Four to 5 favored. Number 7, Brookdale Mickey in the first takes the opener. Time 1:53 2/5. Fourth win of the year from 10 attempts for the son of Always Be Mickey. He's out of the Sun Beach somewhere, Mayor La Playa Brava. He's owned by Douglas and Douglas Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Ben Hollingsworth and again driven to victory by Jody Jameson. And the prices are up 7. Brookdale Mickey $3.60 to win. $2 exacta $12.40. Dollar trifecta $11.60. Dollar superfecta $49.90. The early pick 5 pool tonight topped $116,600. More than $49,000 in live money travels to the next leg, which is race 2. Coming up to us next, post time will be established for the second in just a few moments. Here they come. And they're off. Good beginning in the center. First out of there is All-Star Cheddar. From the inside, Don't Poke the Bear and Control the Smile show Hustle 2. Way out wide, driving as I'm Hungry into third. Brookdale Mickey, a forwardly placed fourth outside. Taken back into fifth now goes All-Star Cheddar. Retreating at the inside to sixth is Sam, Son of a Beach. Further back at the inside to be along from in seventh now as they scoot over to the quarter is Let's Go Jude. Park Doe drives. They'll play O'Dale looking for a seat. He'll get one. Then it's back to Wizard of Bods and trailing is Better Sunset. First quarter, 27-1. Control the Smile leads the charge across the backstretch on top 2 lengths. Second to the inside is I'm Hungry. Then Don't Poke the Bear third. Brookdale Mickey continues fourth inside. The fifth one back is All-Star Cheddar. A gap of 3 lengths back. Sixth inside to Sam, Son of a Beach. Further back into seventh will play O'Dale. Racing inside from an eighth is Let's Go Jude. Backed up from a ninth now. That's Wizard of Bods. Trailer at the inside from a 10th is Better Sunset. 56-4. That first half rings up and they move into the final turn, chasing Control the Smile. I'm Hungry rides the pocket. Here's Brookdale Mickey now first up, quickly out of fourth, into third and driving. Don't Poke the Bear fourth inside. With cover fifth comes All-Star Cheddar. Field up to the final 3/8 now, chasing long shot leader Control the Smile. Pressure as Brookdale Mickey brings it. Right there third in the pocket spot is I'm Hungry. Advancing on cover, All-Star Cheddar into fourth. Don't Poke the Bear swings out to catch a ride fifth. 3/4 in 126 and they spin home, trying to track down Control the Smile as he's on top. Brookdale Mickey's all over him though. Here outside from in third comes All-Star Cheddar. Don't Poke the Bear on the grandstand side, late onto the scene fourth. Deep stretch and opening up a quick lead is Brookdale Mickey, and he's got 4 in the field for Jameson. It's all Brookdale Mickey here. Brookdale Mickey straight and strong, and he wins this opener by 4 lengths. Second down the center was All-Star Cheddar. Don't Poke the Bear third, tight for fourth in 1:53-2. Here's how they finished in that first race. Don't Poke the Bear third, Control the Smile fourth, Sam, Son of a Beach finished 8th, Let's Go Jude 5th, All-Star Cheddar second, Wizard of Bods 10th, Brookdale Mickey the winner, I'm Hungry 6th, Play O'Dale 9th, Better Sunset was 7th. Second race, we kick off the Breeders' Crown Action Elimination 1 for the 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The one Osceola, shoeing change up front on him is Steel 2 aluminum shoes. Post time in about 11 minutes.
Well, good evening, everybody. We are underway on this Friday evening, the first of 2 nights of eliminations for the Breeders' Crown. And as we mentioned in our pregame show, we are going to be drawing several of the finals here tonight. And we're going to kick things off with the 3-year-old filly pace final. Now, there was 11 entrants, so we are going straight to a final here. They'll go for a purse of $600,000. Joining me is Race Secretary Tony O'Sullivan and Assistant Race Secretary Jim Gillespie. So let's get right down to business. We have 11 balls in the bin. We have 11 names to be pulled. So, Jim, you'll pull a name, Tony's going to pull a ball, and we'll find out where everyone is going to start for the 3-year-old pacing filly final. So go ahead, Jim. We'll get you started. Pull a name.
Shake the numbers.
Yeah. Tony, you want to shake up the balls? And all right, go ahead, Jim.
Silver Label.
Post 9 for Silver Label, the Nick Gallucci trainee. We'll start from post position number 9.
Prohibition Legal.
So the Gallucci trainees, They both know their starting spots. Post position number 5. Just hold on 1 second there, Jim. We'll get the names populated up on the screen. So post position number 5 for Prohibition Legal. Post position number 9 for Silver Label. The Galucci trainees, that's where they will start.
Treacherous Dragon.
Post position number 6 for Treacherous Dragon. The Nancy Tactor trainee won a qualifier here this morning, edging Nikki Hill, the Fan Hanover champion, Jugette champion. She'll start from post 6, which of course has the highest winning percentage here at Mohawk Park. Go ahead, Jim.
Max Contract.
Post 7 for Max Contract, the upset winner in the Mistletoe Chalet earlier this summer. We'll start from post 7 for Team Miller.
Sea Silk.
Good starting spot there for Sea Silk. She lands post position number 4 for the Breeders' Crown Final.
Just Divine.
Post position number 8 for Just Divine. So we still have several spots remaining, including that second tier starting spot, number 11. Go ahead.
Queen of Success.
It's going to be the rail for Queen of Success, which leaves us with, I believe, we still have 4 spots remaining, post 2, 3, 10, and 11.
Galleria Hanover.
So there goes that second tier starting spot. That's where Galleria Hanover is going to start. She will start from post position number 11, the trailing spot here at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Nikki Hill.
Post 10, a tough draw for the defending Breeders' Crown champion, Nikki Hill. It's been a tough year, but she has come back really strong here into September, now October. She qualified this morning. If she wants to go back-to-back in the Breeders' Crown, she'll have to do so from post position number 10 for trainer Chris Ryder.
Boudoir Hanover.
Post position number 2 for Boudoir Hanover, the Tony Alanya trainee, lands an inside starting spot, and that means we still have 1 horse and 1 spot remaining.
Sweet Kisses.
Post position number 3 for Sweet Kisses. So that's how they're going to line up for the 3-year-old Pacing Filly Breeders' Crown Final. That'll take place next Saturday night. There is the field over my shoulder, a $600,000 final. We continue on with tonight's action. Race number 2 is coming up next here from Woodbine Mohawk Park. We'll be checking in throughout the night. We still have 5 more draws coming up.
Two-year-old trotting colts and geldings for the first of our Breeders' Crown elimination action. Here's the one Osceola, Doug McNair with the Greg McNair trainee, Greg Owens with Willow Oak Ranch, and Paul Hammond. Number 2, Spitfire Overseas, James McDonald with the Dominic Gladue trainee for the stable, Spitfire Overseas. 3, Snowpiercer, Paul McDonnell with that John Bax trainee for Bax stable, Brad Grant, David Anderson, and Richard Gutnick. The 4, Gates Hanover, in rein to trainer Okus Fonstead for SRF stable. Louis Philippois driving 5, Gaines Hanover, Richard Moreau trains for Gestion J.Y. Blaze Incorporated. Here's number 6, the Gruffalo. Todd McCarthy for trainer Mark Harder. Harder owns with Emma Peterson, Dina Frost, and Racing Team of America. 7, this is Crown with Brian Sears for trainer Marcus Melander, owned by SRF Stable. The 8 is Jokic with Tyler Jones on that Dustin Jones trainee for Dean Lockhart. Outside of the gate, it's 9, Winner's Bet. Dexter Dunn for trainer Domenico Cecere for Lindy Farms of Connecticut, and Robert Rudolph, noting that Dunn dons the colors of owner Lindy Farms of Connecticut. And that's the field for the second race, with post time coming your way in about 5 minutes.
Race number 2, of course, we know that race 1 kicked off that early pick 5. Good enough pool, 116,000 bet into it. And now we get into the, as Chad likes to say, the meat and potatoes of the card. This being the first of those Breeders' Crown eliminations. 2-year-old colt trotters in here. The one taking that early support is the 9, Winner's Bet. Tough post to work with, good runner-up finish, but on paper, looks like the one to beat. It's just a tough post to work with, Randy.
Very tough post to work with, but we seen him up here, and he looked fantastic in the final of the Wellwood, and then got beat in the Champlain, and that's what kind of steered me away from picking him on top, because he had the 10-hole in the Champlain division, and it took him a long time to get to the front, and he was it looked like he was maybe stressed a little bit getting there, and Gaines Hanover was able to pull him in. Gaines Hanover draws the 5, Winner's Bet goes back to the outside. I'm going to take a shot on Gaines Hanover again.
I was going to say, perfect segue into why you selected your top pick, Gaines Hanover. I gave this one a good hard look. I mean, a horse that looked good in those 2 back-to-back victories in the Champlain, as you mentioned, and then now winners of 1. So going from breaking this horse's maiden to trying his luck in the Champlain, he definitely didn't disappoint. And I thought it was a really, really good effort out of him, and was able to get the better of Winner's Bet.
Yeah, and I really liked the way that he raced last week. There wasn't a whole. It was a non-winners of 3. He's in against older horses, and I don't think there was any, big thing to do something special with him. He raced September the 15th, and now it was October the 7th. So, he had quite a few, over 3 weeks off between those races, and I think they just went for a line last week just to get a mile into him. If he happened to get across and win, that would be fantastic. But they didn't overdo it, but still trotted home 26-4. So I think he's coming into this race quite good.
I use the 7 on top, that being Crown, a horse that has a ton of that early speed, and I love those most recent few efforts. Was raced from off the pace, which I don't necessarily think is his ideal racing style, but looked good, finished second best in there, and a runner-up finish again. Now the horse he's lost to, Espresso, is 6 for 10 throughout his career, 5 in a row. So I think he's just met some really, really quality horses in his most recent 2. Has that pace advantage, I would say, is likely to be controlling it up front early on, and visually he really caught my eye in the post parade. I thought he looked awesome. For the most part, we expect to see them and they look the part, but sometimes you just see them out there and they really catch your eye and kind of stop you in your tracks. He's one that really did.
Oh, cool. And you get Brian Sears.
That's right.
That's not a bad thing. I mean, you know, if I had a list of drivers there that I ever drove against, you know, he'd be one of the top ones, absolutely. Especially going for money and stuff like this. He just doesn't seem to make many mistakes. Pretty sharp guy. I actually like the horse that they're showing on the screen too. I used that one for third, Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
I thought this one's been racing really well. I had a great second in the super final. I actually thought that he held on and won that race, but it was a really good second. He used him a couple of times. He just seems like he's a horse that's kind of coming into his own right now. He's got a good post to work with. Paul's always been lucky in the Breeders' Crowns.
That's right.
So I'm going to take a shot with him in here for the bottom of mine.
And one that's too big of a price right now is obviously the one in here, Osceola. Comes with a ton of risk because of the miscues, but you and I were talking about this too, just the talent this horse does have, and now we make a shoeing change in here, so maybe that's going to keep this horse on his gate.
Well, that's the whole thing, you know, you'd have to wonder why he's making these breaks, and I see Greg switched them to aluminum shoes. Usually you're going to an aluminum shoe to either change his gait slightly, or the biggest reason is because you think they're slipping. There's more of a grab on the aluminum shoes. They don't bring their feet up off the ground nearly as high as when they have steel shoes on, so they stay lower to the ground, and it just seems like they're able to hang on to the track. If this horse has been slipping, then it makes a perfect understanding why he's been making these breaks. But you know, it's a big risk going to a shoeing change into a big race like this, but I hope it pays off for them.
Well, good luck with all of your plays in race 2. Our first Breeders' Crown Elim. Top 4 finishers and the 5th place finisher are the ones that are going to be making it, with the elimination winner ensuring posts 1 to 5. Good luck to all connections in race number 2.
Starting gate is rolling, and the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters are moving in and lining up. We've got a field of 9, 8 to 5 on the outside starter. Winner's bet. We know what this guy's all about. The winner of the William Wellwood Memorial elimination. He'll try and bounce back from a disastrous appearance in the Mohawk Million. Certainly capable of it. Done aboard for trainer Chechere. First of the Breeders' Crown eliminations. And they're off, and a good beginning at the inside. Down the center, Gates Hanover showing speed out of there. So is the Gruffalo. Way out wide. There's Winner's Bet marching out. Up in between horses early. Gains Hanover into 4th, 5th away at the fence. Left out, Osceola. Wide to the grandstand side. Jokic into 6 now floating. In between horses, Spitfire Overseas. Wide going into the turn is Crown. The early trailer is Snowpiercer. Onwards to the quarter, they hustle. The Gruffalo at double digits, about to give way. And sweeping up to take the top now, Gains Hanover in 27-4. Gains Hanover strikes the front for Waugh, leaving a pocket trip for the Gruffalo. Gates Hanover third now. Winner's Bet is right there, close up 4th. Gap of 2.5 lengths. Osceola from in 5th. 6th inside to Jokic. Then 7th towards the rails. Spitfire Overseas. Final 2 remain Crown and trailers Snowpiercer. Single file through a second quarter, which has been dictated by Gaines Hanover. He's on top just over a length in 56-2. Second at the rail is the Gruffalo. Gates Hanover continues to size them up from back in 3rd. 4th inside was Winner's Bet. Inside trip there. 5th belongs to Osceola, heading into the final turn, and it's Gaines Hanover on top with 3/8 to go. The Gruffalo is 2nd. Gates Hanover from back in 3rd. Looks like he'll start to edge there for Svanstead. On the cover, Winner's Bet from in 4th now. 5th outside, trots up Osceola, and they're 3/4 bound. Gaines Hanover over there in 124-3. Off stride, Gates Hanover first over, blew up. Gates Hanover's off stride. Winner's Bet had some of his momentum taken away from him. Dunn sets him down for the drive again on the outside and starts to make up late ground. But it's Gaines Hanover who's got 3 lengths in the field. The Gruffalo is 2nd to the outside, tipped out late. In behind the Winner's Bet and Osceola. Further back to Spitfire Overseas. How about Gaines Hanover? Gaines Hanover to go a big trip and win this first Breeders' Crown elimination. Gaines Hanover by 3. Up for 2nd was the Gruffalo. Osceola scooted through late to get 3rd. Winner's Bet was 4th. Then Spitfire Overseas 5th in 1:53.
Randy, you were totally right, and we were watching the race too. So many levers, and then you mentioned Louis just kind of driving on, wanting to get the front end, and it looked like it was a good move, and it really paid off being able to control it.
I think that was a fantastic drive. He had a huge hole staring at him at that point, you know, and a lot of times, you know, you're baited into it there because it's there, but he didn't. He never even looked at it, had a Murphy blind on the inside, drove right on by it, kept the horse going. Worst case scenario, Dexter's going to remove. It didn't have to work down that way. Louis' horse looked fantastic in there.
Oh, yeah.
That was a good race.
It was a good race. Costly miscue from Gates Hanover.
Yes.
It's unfortunate the horse ended up blowing up. Usually a very well-gated colt, so it's unfortunate from that perspective. But Osceola, another one that much improved. I mean, he was really, really flying late, so the shoeing change seemed to have paid off.
Absolutely, and I mean, and no ripples, no craziness. Dougie's chasing him right here. He's able to drive him. I think Osceola looked fantastic in there. He might be one that you might want to earmark for next week.
Anything else kind of a big takeaway from here? We kind of touched on the horse that looked good. Winner's Bet too, just a tough draw to work with, but thankfully he's going to be able to be competing in the final. Hopefully draws a little bit better.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the whole issue though, eh? A horse that's sharp in July and August to win the Wellwood and race in the Million and stuff like that. Sometimes a month later, they're not the sharp happening horse, whereas I think this horse of Richards right now, as lightly raced as he's been, only 6 starts, I think he's really coming into his own right now. Could be a big next weekend for the Moreau stable.
Really looking forward to that. It would be nice to see our connection so prominently displayed in the Breeders' Crown Final and to win the elimination here. That's awesome. Turning things over, up next to Ken with the Winner's Circle presentation. So curious to hear Kenny's thoughts on this race as a whole as well.
We guys touched on it. Home field advantage. It's got to be so key this time of year. Shipping horses all over here and there and everywhere, whereas this guy's been at his own bet every single night. And he's come on strong here late in the season. So he's doing everything right. Gaines Hanover victorious in that first Breeders' Crown elimination. His caretaker, Justin Turcott, shows him the way to victory lane, though he needs no introduction to get there. This is the trotter's 3rd win of the year from 7 starts. By far his biggest. It's a 153 score here tonight for Gaines Hanover, that 2-year-old Cantab Hall gelding. The new lifetime mark tonight, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by Gestion J.Y. Blaze Incorporated of Montreal, Quebec. Trainer Richard Moreau and Louis Philippois, the winning reinsman. We'll hear from the connections over the course of the evening, get their thoughts and reaction to victories here tonight, and what maybe we can expect in days to come. Some important nights ahead, with plenty of big dances left on their dance card this season, none bigger than next weekend's Breeders' Crown Championship Finals. Gaines Hanover's punched his ticket with that 153 triumph. Prices are up. 5 Gaines Hanover $7.50 for the win. $2 exacta $59.30. $2 daily double $21.70. $1 trifecta $381.45. Superfecta paid $3,315.45.
First of many Breeders' Crown eliminations in the books. Two-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters, Gaines Hanover and Louis Waugh for Richard Moreau and Gestion Jean Blais have stamped their ticket to next week's Rich Final. The trip was pretty simple, just driven aggressively, but with him showing that tonight, is that just a sign of maturity for this trotter?
Yeah, it wasn't really the plan, but leaving, I had Dexter on the outside that I felt like if I don't keep going, he was going to make the front. I was going to sit for a hole and have to come for a stop against Winner's Bet that I thought was the one to beat. Or my horse is pretty green. Like, he didn't race that often, so it was still hard to evaluate him. Last time against older horses, he felt good, coming home pretty good, but he didn't work the old mile. So like I'm saying, it was still hard to evaluate him, but with the mile he did tonight, he could go around again. He was feeling live under the wire at the end. I feel like he's giving a statement on how good he can be.
Big statement, because that's actually, you talk about the mile tonight, 53. That's easily a new track record for two-year-old gelding trotters, full second faster than Jokic, who is in here. And you made it sound like he's got more in the tank here.
Yeah, exactly. Coming down to the wire, he was still like he was by himself, nobody around, and I didn't feel he was if he was tired or anything. even going at, I didn't think I was going that fast second quarter, to be honest. I was kind of waiting on Dexter to come, and then when it popped up 56 and 2, I think, at the half, I was a little surprised. He just moves so efficiently that he makes you feel like he's not going fast at all, and he just keeps going. So that'll be exciting for next week.
When you won the Champlain with him and you beat Winner's Bet in that race, did you know then this was a special trot, or did you know even before that?
Well, you know, he was for sure among the good ones of this year, but I thought that day Winner's Bet had a tougher trip from the 10 hole. Mine kind of had I would say almost a perfect trip, following him and just beating him in the stretch. So it comes back to what I said. It was kind of hard to evaluate him. Like, I never saw him really tired at the end, and again tonight he just impressed me more.
Nice start to your night, Louis. Congratulations. Good luck next week.
Thanks.
All right, Louis Waugh gets his charge into the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Breeders' Crown Final. It's Gaines Hanover in a track record time for 2-year-old Gelding Trotters, 1:53.
Heading into the final turn, and it's Gaines Hanover on top with 3/8 to go. The Gruffalo is second. Gates Hanover from back in third. Looks like he'll start to edge there for Svanstead. On the cover, Winner's Bet from in fourth now. Fifth outside, trots up Osceola, and they're 3/4 bound. Gaines Hanover over there in 1:24 and 3. Off stride, Gates Hanover first over, blew up. Gates Hanover's off stride. Winner's Bet had some of his momentum taken away from him. Dunn sets him down for the drive again on the outside and starts to make up late ground. But it's Gaines Hanover who's got 3 lengths in the field. The Gruffalo is second to the outside, tipped out late. In behind the Winner's Bet at Osceola. Further back to Spitfire Overseas. How about Gaines Hanover? Gaines Hanover to go a big trip and win this first Breeders' Crown elimination. Gaines Hanover by 3. Up for second was the Gruffalo. Osceola scooted through late to get third. Winner's Bet was fourth. Then Spitfire Overseas fifth in 1:53. Here's how they finished in that second race. Osceola third, Spitfire Overseas fifth, Snowpiercer seventh, Gates Hanover eighth, Gaines Hanover your winner. The Gruffalo second, Crown sixth, Jokic ninth, and Winner's Bet fourth. Third race up next. No program changes. Post time in 14 minutes.
Breeders' Crown eliminations are underway, and we're continuing with our draws for next weekend's finals. The other event that did not require eliminations is the Open Mare Trot. It'll be a field of 8 that'll compete in that contest, and what a field we've got, filled with superstars and horses that are going to go down as all-time greats. Tony and Jim with me once again. We've got the 8 slips put in the box, and 8 post-position balls have been dropped in the bin. So, guys, without further ado, let's get right down to business. Jim, let's pull a name.
Shake them up. HP Mama B.
Rail starting spot for one of the local contenders, HP Mama B. That 4-year-old, she's going to start from the rail. Go ahead.
Sorella.
Post position number 2 for Sorella. The Nancy Tactor trainee landing an inside starting spot.
Atlanta.
Post position number 7 for Atlanta, one of the all-time greats. This is it. We're into the final stages of her racing career. We're going to get one last chance to see her here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. She's a past Maple Leaf Trot champion. She's had a lot of great moments here, looking for one more.
Amazon Du Hurrah.
Post position number 4 for Amazon Du Hurrah for races for Team Guriel. Had a win on Monday night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I think it's safe to say that. Real strong performance. Punched the ticket to the Breeders' Crown. Post position number 4 for Amazon Du Hurrah.
Next Level Stuff.
All right, post position number 3 for Next Level Stuff. She's turned in some big-time performances this season, hoping for another one of those next Saturday night.
When Doves Cry.
Post position number 8, so that will be the horse furthest out on the gate. When Doves Cry for trainer Brett Pelling, driver David Miller.
Refined.
Post position number 6 for Refined. I'll say it all night, I'm sure. Post 6 has the highest winning percentage here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. And the last?
Bella Bellini.
And post position number 5 for Bella Bellini. That 4-year-old mare did not take her long to adjust to racing against older competition. She has been great this season. And there is your field for the Open Mare Trot coming up next Saturday night here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Coming up next is race number 3. Let's get you set for that. We'll take a live look inside the paddock.
Horses are on the track for race number 3. It's the Breeders' Crown elimination for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Meet the One Proud Mary, Tim Tetrick for trainer Chris Ryder. For Let It Ride Stables, Bottom Line Racing shares ownership. Hungry for Love is 2 and Rain to Dave Miller for trainer Ron Burke. Owners are Thomas and Scott Dillon. Andy McCarthy with number 3, Caviar de Villa, Tony Alanya the trainer. The owner is Caviar Farms. Current favorite at 3-5, 4, Sylvia Hanover. In Rain to Bob McClure, trainer Sean Stacy, owned by the Hudson Standardbred Stable. Next, a look at number 5, Light and Tight. Todd McCarthy for trainer Nifty Norman, owned by Pinsky Stables and David Hose. The 6 is Horizontal. In Reign 2 Sylvain Fillion, trainer is Kevin Ben. Ben owns with Leo Fleming, Dennis Chadwick, and Zachary Mills. And outside of the gate goes to number 7, McSeaside. In Reign to Dexter Dunn for trainer Ron Burke, owned by Burke Racing Stable, along with Beastie LLC, J&T Silva Stables, and Knox Services Incorporated. Third race in 6 minutes.
Race number 3, Breeders' Crown elimination for these 2-year-old pacing fillies. Really excited to see this race and how this pans out. And, in race number 2, we had local connections well represented with the Gaines Hanover able to come through. And really interesting interview with Chad and Louie in terms of it not necessarily being the game plan to get to the lead, but ended up being the winning move in here. And we just continue on with Sylvia Hanover, a horse we've been blessed to see racing on our circuit here. And she's been so incredible.
She's, really been one of the key points to the Stacy's having such a huge year, already with $480,000 made. I mean, it doesn't sound like otherworldly or anything, that number, but when you look down the program page, and this is a really deep field of fillies, 140,000, 160,000, 280,000 for McSeaside. Huge year for her. Yeah. 480,000 Sylvia Hanover. I mean, what a year she's had. She doesn't look tired in the least. The only thing that scared me a little bit with picking her on top is that it's a short field, and I just really hope that it doesn't turn into a sprint, because sprints scare me. Yeah. Anybody can come up and win a sprint. So I just hope that Bobby just keeps her on task, keeps her moving forward, and worry about how she comes out of the race next week.
We mentioned McSeaside, 2-race winning streak for this filly at Dayton Raceway, and then most recently in Lexington, has looked so impressive and been so consistent this year. She's shown a lot more speed in her last 2 outings. I think that's been to her advantage. What do you think of her chances in here with that outside draw, as you mentioned?
Well, I mean, the outside draw didn't bother me because
Smaller
it's the
field.
7. I mean, we've always said for years the 6 hole's the best one here, so the 7 can't be that much worse, So I really like her chances. I think she's racing at the top of her game. She gets Dexter Dunn. She comes out of a phenomenal barn, Ronnie Burke. But, I don't see anybody taking Bobby's filly down. I really do think that she's much the best of this field. And it's so hard to say that. I mean, some of these people, like you look at even like with the 2 horses that Burke have in here, Hungry for Love and McSeaside. If you look down their lines, I mean, pretty well it's all wins. And now you got to come up against a filly like Sylvia Hanover. You might think you got the world by the tail. Now all of a sudden you got to come up against this filly who's in her backyard. And we also know that that's a huge thing too, when they can just stay, not have to ship around and just stay right here. And, it's a 30-minute shift in. It's fantastic.
The 6 Horizontal, I am surprised she was as short of a price, was 9-2, now floating up to 5-1. Wasn't able to get the better of Sylvia Hanover. Of course, she won that race. Horizontal, huge price on that outing out of an outside draw. And the She's a Great Lady final. They do battle in here once again. But I love her most recent effort. I think it was important for her to come into a race like this with that confidence. And it's a huge effort, 52-1.
Fantastic filly. She really looks when she's racing in the overnights, the maidens and the non-winners, the 2. I mean, she looks unbelievable. Struggled a little bit in against the very best ones, but she was always a little bit behind too. She didn't have those fast miles into her when she had to face these. Now she has. So I used her for 3rd. I think she fits in here real well. Love the way Kevin Ben brings his horses into the race. And I agree with you. I think that last race where she went out and she won the way that she did, I think that was a huge confidence builder for her, for the driver, for the trainer, for everybody, all the connections. I think that with this short field, she's going to be well placed in here.
Really looking forward to this 3rd race. Of course, all elimination winners draw for posts 1 to 5. Top 5 is advancing to the final, so imperative to finish up well in here. And of course, solidify this purse. Still a nice purse they're racing for right ahead of the final. Good luck with all of your plays in race number 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 wagering all available. Good luck to everyone playing along. And of course, good luck to all connections in solidifying those spots in the Breeders' Crown final.
Horses are moving up to the gate now for this evening's third. Field of 7. 3 to 5 in the 4, Sylvia Hanover, that outstanding Always Be Mickey filly, having won 6 of 7 in the season coming in for trainer Sean Stacey. It's Bob McClure aboard. She'll take on 6 others. As the gate swings off the turn and into the stretch, it's post time. Here they come. And they're off. And a good beginning in the center. Is Light and Tight is quickly out of there. Leaving out with her at the inside is Hungry for Love. Sylvia Hanover studies the speed from between the pair of them into third now. Marching up into fourth is McSeaside, who gets activated early by Dunn. Dropped in to find a seat is Horizontal as she tries to shoot her way into a very tight 5-hole there. She'll get it. Sixth inside to Proud Mary. Then ducked over the rail went McSeaside. Caviar de Villa. She can see them all from back in 7th. First quarter was 26-3. That opening quarter belongs to Hungry for Love. As David Miller has hustled her to the front, here comes an automatic move out of third as McClure sat in for the first turn with Sylvia Hanover, but now asks her to drive on. 3/8 in the books. Sylvia Hanover sweeps her way to the front now as she takes over command from Hungry for Love. Light and Tight is third. In at the rail from in fourth is Horizontal. They start to jam up there in the mid-pack. Further back, Proud Mary. Dunn, rather than take away momentum from his filly, he's going to be 3 wide. It's McSeaside. She really got doubled up there in the backfield, and here she comes. 56-3, lights on and horn blowing. McSeaside has taken over from Sylvia Hanover. As Sylvia Hanover gives way, McSeaside blasted right by her. Back into second, Sylvia Hanover. Third is Horizontal up on the move now. Gap of 2.5 lengths back to Hungry for Love. Then to the outside drives Proud Mary. Further back overland we go to find Caviar de Villa. Trailer still turning home as Light and Tight. 3/4 in 124-2 after that very soft 56 3/2, and it's McSeaside under attack. Horizontal on the outside lets her have it. Right there third, tipped out comes Sylvia Hanover now as she scrambles for racetrack late. Deep stretch. Here comes Sylvia Hanover on the far outside now. Heavily favored Sylvia Hanover in a deep stretch drive to the line, and she'll win this Breeders' Crown elimination by a full length. On a dead game, McSeaside. Horizontal put up a good fight to be third. In at the rail from in fourth was Light and Tight in 151-4.
Well, I mean, it didn't always look pretty in that race there. There was a ton of action, ton of movement, but, you know, the best horse won.
I think she was the best horse. I mean, you know, it was a good move by Bobby. Everything was it was a really well done drive, but because Dexter became a fly in the ointment around the last turn, I don't think anybody was expecting that kind of a move, you know, with the chalk in front like that. And it was an amazing move because he took the race completely out of Bobby's hands, and Bobby was lucky. You know, he got back out on Sylvan's back and took another shot, and you're right, she was the best horse. She looked fantastic in there, but you know, it was great drives by them all, but I really think that with what Dexter did, I think he took a lot of guys by surprise.
Yeah, he really did. And even Dave, too, in terms of having this horse forwardly placed and Hungry for Love. Unfortunately, you know, well beaten on this outing. But, of course, I do think that kind of made some of these drivers go to plan B in terms of,
I think so.
Of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a race that no one really seen it quite setting up that way. And it was a ballsy move by Dexter. It really was. You know, that's a huge move going into the last turn with the chalk sitting in front of you. You know, and he ended up finishing second. Horizontal race great, like we said. You know, she's really starting to come into her own. This is one of the best races that she's gone against Grand Circuit style fillies. You know, first over and lasted right there.
Randy, you're 3 for 3, and you have the trifecta hold again.
There you go. That's 2 triactors and 3 races.
That's
Look
right.
at me go.
Keeping it going, hopefully, into race number 4. Turning things over to Kenny. Sylvia Hanover, as automatic as can be.
She was again, yes, 2 to 5. The offering on that exquisite Always Be Mickey filly out of the Artescape mare Shyway. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms, owned by the Hudson Standardbred Stable of Hudson, Quebec. Sean Stacey, her trainer. Bob McClure, winning reinsman. Sylvia Hanover picks up her 7th win of the season from this, her 8th go-around. And a win time tonight, 151-4. She scrambled for racetrack late. Got a soft first half here tonight. And she chased them down here in deep stretch to win. Came in with a $481,000 bankroll. She'll add to that tonight, and she'll hope to add to it next week, as she'll take on 9 other fantastic foes that'll face the gate for the Breeders' Crown 2-year-old filly pace final. Congratulations to Team Sylvia Hanover winning this evening. 51-4, punching a ticket to next week's Breeders' Crown Championship final. Prices up. Sylvia Hanover, $2.90 to win, $2 exact at $10.70, $2 daily double $10.20, dollar trifecta $12.90, dollar superfecta $35.15. The $1 pick three paid $20.25.
Sylvia Hanover makes it 6 in a row. She captures her Breeders' Crown elimination for Team Stacy and Bob McClure. We'll start with you here, Bob. I mean, a lot of horses can't do what she just did, especially 2-year-olds. How do you describe what she did to come back on the stretch?
Well, I mean, I kind of let Dexter go. I mean, he was coming really hard, and she's been front ended a lot. I didn't mind following that one. I figured he was going to keep going. And short field, I was pretty confident we'd get out eventually. So I didn't mind the way it worked out there. But she's pretty professional. She's not like most 2-year-olds.
Smart. And does she carry swagger?
You'd have to ask Mark about that. I think she's tried to kick him twice tonight. So maybe a little bit.
Anything you want to see her improve on? Or are you just happy the way she is?
No, I'm pretty happy. I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
Gotta be, enjoy it, and good luck next week.
Thank you.
Mark, we'll bring you in here, and I know the outfit's having a career year, you know, for Sean with numbers. How proud are you of the operations in general?
We've had a really good year. You know, this is the first time our stable's ever gone over $2 million, and we're quite a bit over now. And hopefully with a win next week, it'll make it really impressive. But we all work hard at it, and you know, when you do that, it usually comes together.
Talk about Sylvia here and, you know, what she did down the stretch to, you know, come back on against some good fillies here.
Yeah, no, she's always, there's no end to her. She always seems to give you that little extra. Just, you know, the biggest worry part with her is that she gets a little lazy from time to time. And my concern going into this race, you know, it was pretty much 4 weeks from race to race. So, you know, she schooled a couple of times, but it's not the same as racing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it was, you know, almost 4 weeks. So do you have to kind of work with her a little bit harder to get her ready for this?
And she's hard to do that because training by herself, she's not that great, right? But we did school her a decent mile last week, and obviously she was good.
What's the week ahead look like for her?
An easy week, you know, lightly train her midweek, and then just keep her healthy. That's the thing this time of year.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
All right, there's Team Stacy Sylvia Hanover, 6 in a row. She is going to be the prohibitive favorite in next week's Breeders' Crown final for the 2-year-old filly Pacers.
Here they come. And they're off. And a good beginning in the center is Light and Tight is quickly out of there. Leaving out with her at the inside is Hungry for Love. Sylvia Hanover studies the speed from between the pair of them into third now. Marching up into fourth is McSeaside, who gets activated early by Dunn. Dropped in to find a seat is Horizontal as she tries to shoot her way into a very tight 5-hole there. She'll get it. Sixth inside to Proud Mary. Then ducked over the railman McSeaside. Caviar de Villa. She can see them all from back in seventh. First quarter was 26-3. That opening quarter belongs to Hungry for Love. As David Miller has hustled her to the front, here comes an automatic move out of third as McClure sat in for the first turn with Sylvia Hanover, but now asks her to drive on. 3/8 in the books. Sylvia Hanover sweeps her way to the front now as she takes over command from Hungry for Love. Light and Tight is third. In at the rail from in fourth is Horizontal. They start to jam up there in the mid-pack. Further back, Proud Mary. done rather than take away momentum from his filly. He's going to be 3 wide. It's McSee's side. She really got doubled up there in the backfield, and here she comes. 56-3, lights on and horn blowing. McSee's side has taken over from Sylvia Hanover. As Sylvia Hanover gives way, McSee's side blasted right by her. Back into second, Sylvia Hanover. Third is Horizontal up on the move now. Gap of 2.5 lengths back to Hungry for Love. Then to the outside drives Proud Mary. Further back overland we go to find Caviar Devia. Trailer still turning home as light and tight. 3/4 in 124 and 2 after that very soft 56 3/2. And it's McSee's side under attack. Horizontal on the outside. Lets her have it. Right there third. Tipped out comes Sylvia Hanover now as she scrambles for racetrack late. Deep stretch. Here comes Sylvia Hanover on the far outside now. Heavily favored Sylvia Hanover in a deep stretch drive to the line, and she'll win this Breeders' Crown elimination by a full length. On a dead game, McSee's side, Horizontal put up a good fight to be third. In at the rail from and fourth was
Take a walk on the wild side.
She told me to walk that way. She told me to. Boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these boots are gonna walk all over you. Walk the face. Walk the face. Like this. Come on, boo.
Race number 3 in the books. We heard the interview with Bob and of course Mark, and just hearing about Sylvia Hanover too, and a lot of the things that they said about her too. You can kind of tell out on the racetrack personality wise, and her being a little bit lazy of a filly, but boy, does she ever show up when the race time really matters.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and she's so calm and cool out there, watching her walk to the gate, and he's already kind of half chasing her just to get her to walk to the gate. She's looks after herself really good, and over my time, a lot of the best horses that I've ever been around are horses just like her that look after themselves. Nothing seems to faze them. They can handle retention, shipping around. Just nothing to it, and she really looked good out there.
Let's get into race number 4 here. Really looking forward to this one. This is an elimination for those 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. The 2-horse Weller Mohawk Million Champ. That was the first time we saw him racing here, and that was one of the more impressive races of the year. He was absolutely as dominant as it comes in 53-4. He's a tough play against in here, so for me, just singled him in those multi-legs with what we've seen out of him, riding that 3-race winning streak. Again, just the type of effort he put forth. He's so tough to play against. You and I share the same top pick in here, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I'll never be in this position, and I certainly haven't been in it at this point of my life. But you're going to shell out $530,000 for a horse, for a baby.
Yeah.
And you think, to me, I would be thinking to myself, geez, over the course of his career, I should be able to get this back, in a couple of years. $850,000 this horse has made this year. I mean, he can easily go over $2 million if he keeps going the way that he, or $2 million if he keeps going the way that he is. I mean, that is amazing. You just don't see that very often. What a year this horse has had.
Yeah, as for Chad, he's going the direction of Celebrity Bambino. We mentioned this horse, one of a few in here for Ron Burke. Actually, is that the only one for Ron Burke? Only one for Ron Burke in here. That's surprising because all the Olymps he has at least 2 or 3. So yeah, news to me in here. But Celebrity Bambino comes in riding a 1-race winning streak. Looked impressive in there. Was able to come through as a shorter price winner. Second in that dead heat to Oh Well. I guess that's the more impressive race, at least in terms of his resume. On September the 16th, you ended up using him in your top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I really like him. I didn't really like the 9-hole. You know, that's kind of a tough thing. I mean, he's raced fantastic, and he's always seems like he's able to stay real close to Oh Well on the September 16th line at the Meadowlands in the final of the Jersey Classic. There, he finished second by beating only a length to Oh Well, but it looks like he come a first over to do it. You know, so I mean, to me. He definitely shows that he fits in here. It's just going to be tough with him with the 9-hole and the other horse with the 2-hole. The other horse already has a little bit of an advantage post position wise, and I'm not sure if Oh Well needs an advantage. But that being said, the horse doesn't show a line since September 24th. So I guess if there is a time that you're going to beat him, you know, having close to a month, 3 weeks off, this might be the time.
The 8 in here, International Man, we last saw him racing in the Wellwood, finished a really good second in there. That was with Yannick in the bike. This time around, Dexter Dunn taking over. He's getting a ton of play at 4-1 and does have that familiarity racing here at Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Yeah, you know, and again, you know, Dominic Cesare, you know, his horses have raced really good since they've sent them up here, and I can't see anything slowing this horse down. He really, really has looked good. Maybe not the best one, but handy, and is able to get the right kind of a trip, and those kinds of horses are the ones that usually take down a big favorite.
Been formful for those first 3 races, but we will see if that trend continues in race number 4. The clear-cut choice across all the multi-legs and pari-mutually speaking is the 2 Oh Well, looking to just continue his 3-race winning streak. Looks to make it 4 in a row in this Breeders' Crown Elim. Good luck to everyone playing along, and of course good luck to all connections in this Elim for these 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings.
The horses are on the track. It's the 4th race. Kickoff leg to the early pick 4, meet number 1, Southwind Coors with Mike Saftik for trainer John Bax. Bax stable, Glengate Farms, Dave Hudson, Craig Wilson, the owners. Tim Tetrick's on 2, Oh Well. Marcus Melander trains for SRF Stable. Here's 3, Crantini, Scott Zeron for trainer Megan Scran, owned by the stable Crantini Group. Doug McNair with 4, Buckhead Ridge. Greg McNair trains. Greg shares ownership with Dean Lockhart. Anthony McDonald driving 5, Carter Michael Deo. Dominic Ladeau training for the stable, Carter Michael Deo. Here's number 6, Kierkegaard K. Okus Fonstead is the trainer and the driver. This is a homebred owned by Knutson Trotting Incorporated. 7 in the field, Dire Straits. With Dave Miller up for trainer Matthias Melander, owners Richard Gutnick, Tommy Pontone, and Gary Cacho. The 8 is International Man, Dexter Dunn aboard. He wears the colors of owner-breeder Lindy Farms of Connecticut. Trainer is Domenico Cecere. And to complete our field, this is 9, Celebrity Bambino, with Yannick Gingras for trainer Ron Burke. For the Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Knox Services Incorporated, and Philip Kalura. Fourth race, kickoff leg to the early pick 4. More Breeders' Crown elimination action from Mohawk Park.
Well, they're out on the track for this elimination for these 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. 2 to 5 choice is the 2 Oh Weller Mohawk Million Champ, a horse that's in excellent form, has not looked better, and has been extremely consistent, hitting the board in all 6 career starts. Obviously the one to beat on paper. Anything kind of surprising to you in here, Randy, in terms of the odds? For me, I guess Crantini, I think he comes with risk at 8 to 1, but he's very logical to potentially use underneath, pending he can mind his manners.
No, not really. I think that the 2 horses deservedly the favorite. You know, I think he's got a good post to work with, and there's really not a whole lot you can go against him right now. So, I mean, I think he is going to draw that money. The rest of them, if he wasn't in there, then I'm thinking that we would see a huge turn in the odds. But I would say, even at 9 to 1, the 3-horse Crantini there, I think that they would be very happy with those odds heading into a race like this. Right now you're basically being picked for 3rd to race against Oh Well, and Oh Well could be one of those generational trotters that come along once in a while. He's just the start of his career has just been phenomenal.
So we touched on some of the more logical options in here. The 9 Celebrity Bambino. This one's a top pick at Chad. We mentioned his most recent victory. A horse that's gotten out to a little bit slower of a start, but now he really seems to be kind of rounding into form. He's looked great since a little bit of that hiatus from the end of August until September. I think he certainly fits in well with this group. And another one that we were talking about in race number 3 with Horizontal, that big effort, that could be a big confidence booster. Well, it might be the same for Celebrity Bambino. I know we were talking about this one. Just the post is going to be tricky in here, but I think could be a big factor, at least underneath.
Absolutely. And Yannick had a choice. He could have either stuck with International Man or went with Celebrity Bambino. He chose Celebrity Bambino. I'm sure there's a lot of loyalty to the Burke Brigade. They've been a big supporter of Yannick's for a very long time now. But I think that Yannick went with what he thought was the better of the horses. And Celebrity Bambino, if he doesn't have this 9-hole draw, I think that his odds are a little bit closer to, maybe the 2 to 1, 3 to 1 area. Another thing that I kind of wanted to touch on real quick there too is, congratulations to Anthony McDonald, the stable.
Yes.
Just starting it, it just seems like it's still something that is just new and on the fringe. And he's already got 2 2-year-old trotting colts in the Breeders' Crown final. Awesome. That's fantastic. Good luck to the stable.
Of course, good luck to the stable. They've done such a great job, and of course it's always important to get new ownership and get new eyes on the racing product, and they do such a great job at that, and hopefully many others follow suit, because seeing the success that a company like the stable has had, it's awesome to see.
It is, and just the idea of how Anthony started, it was just so small, you know what I mean, and how he brought it along, and now he's at basically the epitome of success in this sport, and he's got 2 horses, not one horse, 2 horses, and one of them, Crantini, has a really good shot in here.
Really looking forward to this. Up next is going to be the race for these 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. Good luck to everyone involved in this Breeders' Crown Lynn.
Starting gate is rolling. The horses are moving in and lining up for this 4th race. Breeders' Crown elimination for 2-year-old trotting colts and geldings. 2-5 on the 2-0 well. Coming in fresh off that Mohawk Million Championship score for trainer Marcus Melander and driver Tim Tetrick. 4 wins from 6 starts, never worse than second in those 6 assignments. Trotting son of Muscle Hill, now 1-5. We do have breakers behind the gate. Off stride, we've had a recall. So recall situation here. Did have breakers behind the gate. Still time for wagering in the 4th race. Quick communication from the judges indicating it was interference committed by that horse, number 3, Crantini, to next door neighbor, number 4, Buckhead Ridge. So heads up call by our starter, who caught that interference infraction before the start. 3 against 4 was the rationale for the recall being signaled. Still time for wagering in this evening's 4th race. Play that early pick 4, 63,000 climbing in that early pick 4 pool. Once again, the trotters assemble in behind the gate. This is race 4. 2 to 5, holding is the choice here. Oh well. Tim Tetrick on that Marcus Melander trainee. Crantini, again, difficult coming to the gate, and he's just not with it tonight. Crantini up in the air again and has made a miscue. They're often trotting. So horrific start for Crantini. Down the drain he goes early with a costly break. Kierkegaard is fast out of there down the center. There's Oh Well from the inside, going to size up that rival now. Far outside, Celebrity Bambino gets charged up here for Gingras on the gas pedal going into the turn. A floating out fourth is International Man. Southwind Coors at the rail fifth away. 16 behind that one as they go to the quarter is Buckhead Ridge, then Dire Straits. A parked up Carter Michael Dale backs up into eighth now, trailing Crantini. The opening quarter was 28-1. To the front, Celebrity Bambino. Parked out pressure from International Man. Right there third is Kierkegaard K. And Oh Well situated fourth. Fifth inside to Southwind Coors. Gap of 2 back to Buckhead Ridge. Then inside to Dire Straits. Followed at the inside by Carter Michael Dale. Field across the backstretch. Coming to the midway point. On that lead for Dunn, it's International Man, tracked by Celebrity Bambino. Kierkegaard K is fourth. Teacher a Patient fourth now with Oh Well. Halftime 57 flat. They move into the final turn. International Man on top, a length and a half here. In that pocket spot is Celebrity Bambino as Gingras puts the whip on his tail. Third inside to Kierkegaard K. Then outside fourth, here comes Teacher revving up the engine as Oh Well gets airborne outside. Picking up the cover outside now into fifth. As the field travels to three quarters is Buckhead Ridge, then Southwind Coors, three quarters in 1:25. Tempo quickened to a 28-second degree there. And on that lead, it's International Man surrounded. Celebrity Bambino comes on. Kierkegaard K's in behind horses. Oh Well tips off cover and drives. Deep stretch. Celebrity Bambino is upset-minded here for Gingras as Oh Well came up flat in deep stretch. Here's Celebrity Bambino. Celebrity Bambino with a Breeders' Crown elimination upset score. He won by 3 in 153-2. Oh Well was second best.
Well, that was a great pick by Chad in there with Celebrity Bambino and a perfectly mapped out trip from Yannick. And you mentioned to me too just now, Randy, you said the time off may have hurt Oh Well, because I mean quite a bit of time in between those dances, almost a month off.
Yeah, I think that we looked at a horse that wasn't just at his 100% best tonight. He got a really good trip, just didn't have that normal fire down the lane. Like he was all out just to stay into second position, and that's not usually his way. But you know, it's almost a month between starts for this horse, and that can't set up well for him. He certainly didn't race bad. He's not stopping. He's still going forward. He just didn't have the drive at the end of it that Yannick had for his horse.
Do you think that really changes things ahead of the final next week?
I think so. I think it's gone, you know, you're going to see a lot more credibility gone to Celebrity Bambino.
Yeah.
I mean, what happens if he gets a good draw next week and doesn't draw the 9-hole? You know, I mean, you're going to look at him that much more because he beat this horse. But I'm not sure if we've seen the very best of Oh Well tonight. I think I'd put a question mark on that.
What about some of the others in here? Anything else kind of stand out to you? Because we were very fixated on those two horses. They were the ones that were 1-2 at least early on, and going to be the ones that we're going to, you know, be able to kind of land in the winner's circle. And Oh Well, as you mentioned, was maybe, I definitely would say the time away could definitely be something to factor in. But what about someone like Dire Straits too? It was a horse that took some sneaky money, and I think may have needed that start as well.
I agree. You know, I mean, it was unfortunate for Crantini to you know, misbehave behind the gate. Then there was a recall, and that when there's a recall like that, that will affect hot horses bad, and that'll affect a horse that's not 100% tight bad. Because where the recall was, they were already rolling pretty good behind the gate, so he's already gone that much. Then he's got to pull up, go back to redo it all over again. I think it took a little bit out of him as well. But I really do not, on what I've seen at the wire tonight, I do not see Oh Well beating Celebrity Bambino tonight.
Excited to hear from Connections with Celebrity Bambino in the winner's circle.
All right, catch up with them in a moment. Congratulations to Team Celebrity Bambino, has made his way to the Winback Farm winner's circle now. Celebrity Bambino, 2-year-old Muscle Hill Colt out of the Archangel mare, Celebrity Ruth, Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Knox Services Incorporated, Philip Kalura own the trotting colt bred by White Birch Farm of Allentown, New Jersey. The rookie hangs his harness bag in the stable of trainer Ron Burke. In the bike for the winning drive, Yannick Gingras. Celebrity Bambino's third win this year from 8 attempts, trotting a mile tonight, 153 2/5, punching his ticket to next week's Breeders' Crown final with that 7-1 upset score over the 2 Olwell, the 6 Kierkegaard K, and the 7 Dire Straits.
Second 2-year-old Colton Gelding elimination for the Breeders' Crown goes to Team Burke, Yannick Gingras, and Celebrity Bambino. Great little drive here by you. I mean, that's what you had to do, I think, to be successful from post 9, did you not think?
Yeah, no, I had to get him in the race. Somehow, leaving the gate, I wasn't sure if I was going to get away in the mid-pack or make front. But, we weren't going that fast. And, people were juggling for position, and I figured the front was the place to go. And I didn't expect Dex to come, but I figured maybe Timmy would. But either way, I was happy with the 2-0.
Talk about maybe just before the race, there was that recall affect your horse at all?
He's just such a pro, honestly. Like, he didn't bother him one bit. If anything, it just maybe woke him up a little bit. But he's such a nice horse. He was my favorite baby trending down. I absolutely loved him. I thought he had the potential to do this and a whole lot more than that. I thought he was a top horse, and he got sick there. His blood was all screwed up, and Ronnie did the right thing. All credit goes to Ronnie on this one. He gave him the time that he needed, and his blood is back, and the horse is back.
Sometimes that's a blessing. It just seemed like he's maybe peaking at the right time for you.
He is, but I wouldn't have traded him for anybody if he stayed healthy throughout the summer. So there's money in the middle, there's money at the end. So hopefully we get the late one.
Looking ahead, we already saw the draw. Atlanta's got post 7. We know that her career is winding down. You've been in this position before with other great trotting mares. What do you do? Do you have a better appreciation for these horses, as these, starts time to, wind down?
I think I get better appreciation for them since I'm getting a little older. When I was younger, I figured that they'd keep on coming. There's the great ones. I've been lucky with the trotting mares, trotting fillies. I've been very lucky with those, and just for a while there, it seems like there was one every year, and now that there isn't, and like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? But you appreciate them for sure, and she's one of the great one, no doubt about it. And but the Breeders' Crown is one thing that's missing on her mantle, and it would definitely mean a whole lot to win it for her.
Well, good luck with her and this guy and everybody else you're going to get in next weekend.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's Yannick Gingras for Team Burke. Celebrity Bambino pulls off the upset in his Breeders' Crown elimination with a 153-2 score.
All right, great coverage, Chad. The fourth race officials, Celebrity Bambino paid $17.40, $2 exacta, $33.60, $2 daily double, $39.20, trifecta, $91.35, superfecta, $260.05. The $1 pick 3 paid $55.70. Fourth race kicked off the early pick 4 tonight. That pool swelled over $73,000 deep. We've got over $7,500 in live money moving on. We'll travel next to race 5. Post time coming your way in about 15 minutes. Again, difficult coming to the gate, and he's just not with it tonight. Crantini up in the air again and has made a miscue. They're off and trotting. So horrific start for Crantini. Down the drain he goes early with a costly break. Kierkegaard is fast out of there down the center. There's Owell from the inside going to size up that rival now. Far outside, Celebrity Bambino gets charged up here for Gingras on the gas pedal going into the turn. A floating out fourth is International Man. Southwind Coors at the rail fifth away. Sixth in behind that one as they go to the quarter is Buckhead Ridge, then Dire Straits. A parked up Carter Michael Dale backs up into eighth now, trailing Crantini. The opening quarter is 28-1. To the front, Celebrity Bambino. Parked out pressure from International Man. Right there third is Kierkegaard K. And Owell situated fourth. Fifth inside to Southwind Coors. Gap of 2 back to Buckhead Ridge. Then inside to Dire Straits. Followed at the inside by Carter Michael Dale. Field across the backstretch. Coming to the midway point. On that lead for Dunn, it's International Man, tracked by Celebrity Bambino. Kierkegaard K is fourth. Teacher Patient fourth now with Oh Well. Halftime 57 flat. They move into the final turn. International Man on top, a length and a half here. In that pocket spot is Celebrity Bambino as Gingras puts the whip on his tail. Third inside to Kierkegaard K. Then outside fourth, here comes Teacher revving up the engine as Oh Well gets airborne outside. Picking up the cover outside now into fifth. As the field travels to three-quarters is Buckhead Ridge, then Southwind Coors, three-quarters in 125. Tempo quickened to a 28-second degree there. And on that lead, it's International Man surrounded. Celebrity Bambino comes on. Kierkegaard K's in behind horses. Oh Well tips off cover and drives. Deep stretch. Celebrity Bambino is upset-minded here for Gingras as Oh Well came up flat in deep stretch. Here's Celebrity Bambino. Celebrity Bambino with a Breeders' Crown elimination upset score. He won by 3 in 153-2. Oh Well was second best. Rundown from that fourth race: Southwind Coors sixth, Oh Well second, Crantini finished eighth, Buckhead Ridge fifth, Carter-Michael Deo was ninth, Kierkegaard K third, Dire Straits fourth, International Man seventh, Celebrity Bambino the race winner. Fifth race next, no program changes. Wrap-up leg to the early pick 5, post time in about 13 minutes.
Let's keep everything going with another elimination here, this time around for these 2-year-old filly trotters. Really excited to see Special Way. I mean, this has been a filly that's lived up to her name. She's been extremely special in here, but she meets a tough group. I know Chad had a nice pick in the last race. Blonde Bombshell was one that I didn't know where to slot in here, but she's interesting. It's such a deep group in here, and a lot of, I'd say, uncertainties in here with a lot of inexperience.
Yeah, I mean, the Blonde Bombshell really looks good, but the problem is that she hasn't really faced the best ones yet, you know, so it's going to be a matter of where she fits in there. I agree with you on the Special Way thing, though. I mean, what a year this filly's had, too. I mean, just another fantastic horse to come out of the Aki Svanstead barn. I mean, it's amazing, and she's another typical Aki horse. She can fire out of there, you know, and right after that. It's he really... When he brings his horses to race, it seems like he's able to really give them a lot of manners, and they're able to do whatever they want. They always have that fantastic gate speed that he can place them where he wants, and she's going to be tough to bring down here, but I looked for one to bring her down.
Which one's that?
I went with the 3-horse Walner Payton.
Nice.
Bit of a football fan.
That's right.
Walner Payton.
I'm
come on with me here.
to it.
There you go. I thought that this filly raced really well her last start. I mean, she didn't face the very toughest of the field, but she raced a huge mile. She was parked at the half in 57, still get going forward. Last quarter in 27 seconds, draws Dexter Dunn, has the inside of Special Way. I'm hoping that she's able to stay close to Special Way. And again, because of the difference in the dates, September 30th to October the 8th, I'm hoping that Walner Payton is just going to be a little bit tighter than Special Way.
Same top two in here. The one that really intrigues me is our local one. I know you ended up using underneath, and Silly Me Hanover. Impressive effort from being so far out of it in the Mohawk Million, and we can really see how good this filly has been. She's been able to mind her manners, and that's been an issue for her. And sometimes kind of getting involved in the race. Well, I mean, she comes in off of arguably her most impressive race to date, that runner-up finish in the Mohawk Million and that qualifier. I really like what we saw out of her. Questions if she'll be tight enough given a little bit of the time away, but I think she could be a huge factor underneath.
I agree. And what I really liked about her too is even the week before the Mohawk Million, when she raced in the Champlain, it was basically the same kind of a mile that she did in the Mohawk Million. Sat back and came home very, very strong, picked up a third, trotted home 27-3. That was when she really seemed to me like she was really starting to find that extra gear, you know, being able to drop down from the 57, 56 speed. All of a sudden now she's at 54, and she could look real good in here. I mean, she did have that qualifier between the Mohawk Million, and you know, that might suit her purpose very well.
One more in here to touch on, of course, Dave Miller opting to go the direction of the 7 Blonde Bombshell for Nifty Norman. The 1 Mombasita, that's the one that Dave Miller has usually been driving, gets Yannick on board, 2 back-to-back wins. Didn't necessarily know how she's going to stack up, as you mentioned, with some of the others, how they're going to stack up versus competition like this. Hasn't been able to get the better of Special Way in those outings where they have met up, but she's very intriguing at a nice price of 6-1.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you just hit the nail on the head. David Miller has been going with Mombasita all year. She's had an amazing year, 329,000. She just won her last 2 starts for him, and he elects to go with the filly that's only had 1 lifetime start, be it a winner, in a maiden race, you know. So I think with you, I completely agree. I think that Blonde Bombshell is the biggest question mark in this race, and then you add into the fact that she was a $400,000 yearling. Obviously, you know, she's got the pedigree. She was meant to be a good horse. She's had her 1 start into her. Now we're going to see just how good she is.
Well, let's see them out on the track for the post parade for our 5th.
Horses are on the track for this evening's 5th race. We continue with more of the Breeders' Crown elimination action. Meet the 1 Mombasita. Yannick Gingras for trainer Tony Alanya, owned by Alanya Racing, Crawford Farms Racing, and Pride Stables. Tim Tetrick drives 2 Life Itself. Trainers Okus Vonstedt, owned by Sant Andrea Incorporated. Next, a look at number 3, Walner Payton. Dexter Dunn for trainer Chris Ryder. The owner's Kenneth Jacobs. Silly Me Hanover 4 with Bob McClure piloting. Luke Blade trains for Determination. Here's 5, Special Way. Okus Vonstedt training driving for Brittany Farms, Marvin Katz and Al Libfeld. 6, Tactical Planner has Tyler Jones for trainer Dustin Jones. Tyler owns with Andre Lee Racing Stables Incorporated. 7 is Blonde Bombshell, Dave Miller for trainer Nifty Norman, owners David McDuffie, Mel Hartman, and Paul Bordonia. The 8 is Secret Volo, Brian Sears, with that Marcus Melander trainee for Kenneth Shelgren, along with partner Rick Wallstead. And the Heights Stable shares ownership. Chris Christoforou drives 9, Proud to be Lindy. John Bax, the conditioner for the Bax Stable and Glengate Farms. And outside of the gate for number 10, She's Under the Radar, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Ashley Lenvoy, the driver Louis-Philippe Roy. 5th race, post time 5 minutes.
In paddock here, getting set for the lone 2-year-old filly trot elimination for the Breeders' Crown. Here with Nifty Norman. He's going to send out the 7 Blonde Bombshell, the well-bred Blonde Bombshell. Give me kind of the backstory on this filly who's obviously getting a late start to her career.
Well, she's trained down really good all winter and was probably my best filly. She got hurt at a storm one night, or some fireworks and stuff, got spooked and went through a gate, got injured, so we had to give her some time off, and a little bit late getting going, but I think it's might be going to pay off.
The one race that she had at the Red Mile, and a good one at that, pretty eye-catching. Was that something you expected, or was it a surprise to you?
A little bit of a surprise how good she did it. I mean, we just were trying to get some experience for her, but she did it really nicely, and that's what prompted us to come here.
I was going to say, I got a feeling you're not going to bring her here unless you think you got a big shot.
Well, I mean, she didn't have anywhere else to go. There was no other races for her. I really wanted to keep her on a big track, and I thought, you know, you catch a soft division or something, get in the final, see how you go. So hopefully that's the way it works out.
Touch on Venerable tomorrow. You know, one of a handful of starters you've got, but she's getting on the Lasix program. Is that going to be the key, do you think, to kind of get her back on track?
No, I'm not sure about that. I mean, but she has seemed really good. We treated her for EPM, and she seemed to really respond to that. And then, you know, it's late in the year, and her career is almost over, so I thought we'd throw her on Lasix as well, and just try and cover all the bases. But she's really been acting good, and I expect her to race really well.
All right. Always appreciate the time. Good to see you, man, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, there's Nifty Norman, guys. Back to you guys in studio. Here's we get set for this 2-year-old filly trot a limb.
And it's nice to be able to know exactly why the slow start for Blonde Bombshell, because she's been so impressive in that one lone start, and to know that, you know, plans a little bit derailed, of course, with that incident, but just happy to see her back here. And, you know, you can certainly factor in the freshness angle and just how she stacks up. That's the one thing to kind of consider in here versus this group, but she's taking that support, and she really did look impressive out there, scoring down.
Yeah, and I mean, it's certainly a good move, you know, to retain David Miller.
Yeah.
And you know, there has to be something very, very tantalizing for David to go with this one over Mambasita. And he was the one that drove her. He knows how good she raced. He's David Miller. He's in every Hall of Fame of the sport. He can judge a horse of their abilities. He stuck with her. That's about all I need to know.
So I guess let's go back to Special Way here. 6-5 price now, even money, dropping a little bit lower. She's been riding that 5-race winning streak. She's looked so impressive in all those starts. She has that big pace advantage early on. I think we'd be surprised if she wasn't the one controlling it on the front end. What else do you think kind of trip-wise in here? Who do you think is going to be in the pocket, or what do you think is how the race is going to play out? I guess is the best way of asking, Randy.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that it's going to set up 5-3 is what I'm hoping for, but there's lots of inside speed here. So I mean, Yannick could push with Mambasita. You're probably going to see somebody coming from the outside. I mean, no one's just going to sit there and take back and not go forward, where that could end up working bad in a way for Blonde Bombshell, because she hasn't really showed a whole lot of gate speed just yet. So I'm not really sure if she's able to, if Dave's able to push out of there with her and grab a spot, you know. 5-1, people love her.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you think about it, this is a filly that's 5-1 right now, and her last start was at Lexington in a non-winners of 2, going for $9,000, and she didn't go off as the favorite. Now she's going into the next start, she's in the Breeders' Crown, and it's not that she's the favorite, but she's certainly one of the playable ones.
Really looking forward to this 5th. A lot of question marks in this field as a whole, so we will see who's going to be victorious in this Breeders' Crown elimination for these 2-year-old filly trotters. Good luck.
Starting gate is rolling. Trotters moving in here, 3 to 5 on the 5 Special Way. An impressive win streak coming in, 5 in a row for the Svanstead-trained Daughter of Walner. Here they come. Off and trotting, speed outside. Secret Volo is quickly launching out of there for Sears. From the inside, pushing through is Mamba Sita. Down the center of the racetrack there is the favorite Special Way into third, floating out for Svanstead. In at the rail, fourth away is Walner Payton. Fifth inside to Life Itself. Sixth through at the rail tracks Silly Me Hanover. Then to the outside, Tactical Planner, followed at the inside by Blonde Bombshell. Final two in the group are Proud to be Lindy, and She's Under the Radar, can see them all. Opening quarter in 29 flat, a tepid first panel. Secret Volo has Mamba Sita charging by her. And there goes Mamba Sita to the front for Gingras, leaving a two-hole trip across the backstretch for Secret Volo. Special Way is content to stalk and rate and wait from back in third with 3/8 in the books. Walner Payton is fourth inside. Life Itself trots along fifth. Silly Me Hanover 6, gap 4 lengths back in seventh. Tactical Planner, it's another 3 lengths back to Blonde Bombshell. Final two in the field, Proud to be Lindy. She's Under the Radar. Halftime in a piece of Cakish. 58-1. Into the final turn. Mamba Sita leads the way, and she's on top just over a length now. Gingras calls on her for some sprinting speed as trouble's brewing from the backfield. Here comes Special Way, first over now to the outside for Svanstead. In at the rail, Secret Volo continues to ride that pocket spot. Walner Payton is in a great spot, second over if good enough. Outside there from in fourth, about to lose a Murphy blind, though it appears. 3/4 in 126-2, and they swing into the stretch. And it's Mamba Sita called on for toughness here late, as on the outside, Special Way lets her have it, and Special Way sweeps on by. Special Way trots out now to a 4-length lead. Back in second down the center is Walner Payton. Mamba Sita's in at the rail third. Special Way, here's a special filly. Special Way wins by 3. Second was Walner Payton, third was Mamba Sita, then fourth between Silly Me Hanover, outside Secret Volo fifth in a mile of 154-1.
.54 time for the likes of Special Way, just continues her winning streak, and she has been so incredible this year, and I'm not surprised to see a huge effort out of her in here, but just the way that she did it once again to get that separation, as dominant as it comes.
Yeah, and a nice cushy trip too.
Yes.
You know, this is going to set her up real good for next week, and she's just so handy. Does everything the way that she's supposed to. You know, I come up with another second again there. Walter Payton couldn't find the goal line, but no, she raced fantastic, and it's amazing too when you think about it. 6 Walners in here.
Yeah.
Field of 10, 6 Walners. I mean, what a career this horse is off to in the stud barn.
Some other interesting ones too. Mamba Sita, I thought raced really well, all things considered. Definitely, I'd say maybe was hindered a little bit from that rail draw to work with. I mean, Yannick tried to hurry her out, and that was his first time taking over the driving too, so that's one thing to consider. But she finished a very game third in there, and also the likes of Silly Me Hanover too, able to solidify her spot in the final.
Yeah, she raced good. She had a little bit of pop on the end of it there. You know, I mean, it looks like things are going to have to go more her way as opposed to a Special Way or Walner Payton that can kind of go out there and grab things and make it happen on their own. But she did have a lot of trot at the end of it there, so that's a good sign. I mean, again, she had a little bit of time, only had a 58 qualifier to work with. This should set her up as well, too. It's all going to come down to post positions, right?
Turning things over to you, Ken. Special Way just continues her dominance in her winning streak, now making it 6 in a row.
Just the way she does it, too, in an effortless manner. Plug still in. And she extends that winning streak to 6 in a row. Did it with the greatest of ease here tonight to defeat 3, Walner Payton, third, the 1, Mamba Sita, and again finishing fourth, the 4, Silly Me Hanover. Special Way, Daughter of Walner, out of the Muscle Hill mare Special Hill, bred by Brittany Farms, Marvin Katz, Al Libfeld. That group owns the trotting filly. That homebred trained, driven to victory tonight by Oka Svanstead. A rookie record that reads 6 wins and a runner-up effort from 8 career tries. $384,000 coming in. She'll take home the lion's share of almost $34,000. And we'll see her line up in behind the gate against some of North America's finest freshman fillies on the trot next weekend in their respective Breeders' Crown final. An impressive-looking filly here in Special Way. She's been busy in Lexington. She has been productive in Lexington, too. And pretty darn good on Canadian soil tonight with a 54-1 facile score. It is Special Way. We'll hear from Connections in a few moments, hopefully. Busy night for all these people. We thank them for their contributions in assisting us with all these great interviews and insight and info. Special Way paid $2.90 to win. $2 exact to $5.70, $2 daily double $30.60, $1 trifecta $9.55, $1 superfecta $40.45, $1 pick 3 $26.70, and the $1 early pick 5 tonight paid $369.35. For the Svanstead-trained daughter of Wallner. Here they come. Off and trotting, speed outside. Secret Volo is quickly launching out of there for Sears. From the inside, pushing through is Mamba Sita. Down the center of the racetrack there is the favorite Special Way into third, floating out for Svanstead. In at the rail, fourth away is Wallner Payton. Fifth inside to Life Itself. Sixth through at the rail tracks Silly Me Hanover. Then to the outside, Tactical Planner, followed at the inside by Blonde Bombshell. Final two in the group are Proud to be Lindy, and She's Under the Radar, Can See Them All. Opening quarter in 29 flat, a tepid first panel. Secret Volo has Mamba Sita charging by her. And there goes Mamba Sita to the front for Gingras, leaving a two-hole trip across the backstretch for Secret Volo. Special Way is content to stalk and rate and wait from back in third with 3/8 in the books. Wallner Payton is fourth inside. Life Itself trots along fifth. Silly Me Hanover 6, gap 4 lengths back in seventh. Tactical Planner, it's another 3 lengths back to Blonde Bombshell. Final two in the field, Proud to be Lindy. She's Under the Radar. Halftime in a piece of Cakish. 58-1 into the final turn. Mamba Sita leads the way, and she's on top just over length now. Gingras calls on her for some sprinting speed as troubles brewing from the backfield. Here comes Special Way, first over now to the outside for Svanstead. In at the rail, Secret Volo continues to ride that pocket spot. Wallner Payton is in a great spot, second over if good enough. Outside there from in fourth, about to lose a Murphy blind, though it appears. 3/4 in 126-2, and they swing into the stretch. And it's Mamba Sita called on for toughness here late, as on the outside, Special Way lets her have it, and Special Way sweeps on by. Special Way trots out now to a 4-length lead. Back in second down the center is Wallner Payton. Mamba Sita's in at the rail third. Special Way, here's a special filly. Special Way wins by 3. Second was Wallner Payton, third was Mamba Sita, then fourth between Silly Me Hanover, outside Secret Volo fifth in a mile of 154-1. Rundown race 5, Mamba Sita third, Life Itself was 6th, Wallner Payton second, Silly Me Hanover 4th, Special Way your winner, Tactical Planner was 8th, Blonde Bombshell 7th, Secret Volo 5th, Proud to be Lindy was 10th, and She's Under the Radar finished 9th. Off we go to race 6, the late pick 5 set to begin. In this Breeders' Crown elimination, note number 5, Save the Last Dance, gets a shoeing change, switching steel to aluminum shoes up front.
All right, everybody, welcome back inside our Woodbine Mohawk Park boardroom here. A lot of big business going on here tonight. Eliminations well underway, and it's time to draw the final for the 2-year-old Colt Trot. Now, keep in mind, the elimination winners will draw for posts 1 through 5. As well, in this 2-year-old Colt Trot event, we do have one horse that received automatic entry into the final. That is Killmister, the Marcus Melander trainee. He won the Peter Houghton back on Hambletonian Day at the Meadowlands, and with that win, it was a win-in-you're-in scenario, so he's right into the final. He, too, will draw for posts 1 through 5. So we have those 3 names right now. Their slips are there in the slot there as well. Posts 1 through 5, those balls are in the bin. So Jim and Tony with me. Jim, pull a name, and Tony, we will pull and see where those 3 horses will land.
Celebrity Bambino.
Celebrity Bambino? Post position number 4 for Celebrity Bambino, who won our most recent elimination, the Ron Burke trainee, with a good effort out from post position number 9. All right, continue.
Killmister.
Post 5. So post 5 for Killmister, who did not have to race tonight, went straight to the final as mentioned, and we'll start right in the center, post position number 5.
Gaines Hanover.
So it'll be the rail for Gaines Hanover, who just missed the track record tonight, winning in 1:53 in that first elimination. So with that, those 3 horses know their starting spots. The rest of the balls are going to go in. We will leave 1, 4, and 5 out. We'll put the rest of the slips. And now let's get right down to business.
Winner's Bet.
Post 8 for Winner's Bet, who won the Wellwood earlier this season here at Woodbine Mohawk Park for Lindy Farms. Post 8 for Winner's Bet.
Osceola.
Post position number 7 for Team McNaird's Osceola.
Oh Well.
Post position number 9 for our Mohawk Million winner, Oh Well. Starting near the outside, Oh Well is going to land in post position number 9. And with that, we still have a few spots remaining.
Spitfire Overseas.
Post 6 for Spitfire Overseas. He was the highest earner of the 2 fifth-place finishers, and with that, qualified for the final. The other fifth-place finisher, Buckhead Ridge, will be the first also eligible.
Dire Straits.
Outside starting spot for Dire Straits will land in post position number 10. And we have just a couple spots remaining, and very good spots on the starting gate.
The Gruffalo.
The Gruffalo is going to land in post position number 2 for trainer Mark Harder, which leaves post position number 3, our last spot.
Kierkegaard.
The toughest name, the last one to say. I know Jim was waiting on that one. Kierkegaard, post position number 3. And with that, there is the field for the 2-year-old Colt Trot Breeders' Crown final. That'll take place next Friday night. We still have 3 more draws coming up and many more elimination races. So we'll get back to action now. But there you have it, the field for the 2-year-old Colt Trot Breeders' Crown final.
Horses are on the track for tonight's 6th race. Breeders' Crown elimination for 2-year-old pacing fillies. Number 1, Treacherous Penny, in rein to Tim Cheetrick. Trainer is Tony Alanya. Owners Robert LeBlanc, Big Al Stables, Caviar Farms, and John Fodera. Here now, number 2, Zanata. Joe Bongiorno for trainer Jen Bongiorno, owned by One Legend Stable. 3 in the field is Sweet Amira. Louis Philippois with a Chantel Mitchell trainee for Lindsay and Connie Rankin. Here's 4, Front Page Story. Bob McClure for trainer Sean Stacy, owned by the Hudson Standard Stable Incorporated. This is 5, Save the Last Dance. James McDonald for trainer Nicolucci, the owner-breeder Millar Farms. Next is 6, Charleston. Dexter Dunn with the Brett Pelling trainee for Diamond Creek Racing. 7 in the group is Bellissima Hanover with Todd McCarthy for trainer Tony Alanya, owned by Riverview Racing, Alanya Racing, Caviar Farms, and D. Plouffe and S. Head Stable. And number 8 is Strong Poison, handled by Yannick Gingras, trainer Ron Burke for Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Knox Services Incorporated, and Beastie LLC. The 6th race coming your way in 6 minutes. This starts the late pick 5.
They're out onto the track for another Breeders' Crown Limb. This time around for these 2-year-old filly pacers in here. Source opened up 1-9, now 3-5. That's none other than Charleston. Saw this horse finish second best to Sylvia Hanover last time we saw her out on the racetrack, and then she's a great lady. And then I think it bodes extremely well that we've seen Sylvia Hanover come back and win the way she did earlier, and of course gets to dodge that filly in here in this division.
Yeah, I would say Charleston looks like she's very strong in here. I think Strong Poison also looks very strong in here. To me, they're probably the horses that are going to take the most action. There is a couple of question marks in here, though. The 5 horse, Save the Last Dance. She looked like she was going into the super final, like right at the top of her game. Everything was great. Last week, they decided that they'd try something different and maybe leave a little bit with her, and she was just a start raving runaway from that point on. I'm kind of interested to see how she comes out of that race. You know, how much did it do damage, or did it help her? You know, will she not be hot this week? I used her for 3rd because I just think that she's really talented and has a lot of ability. But until she shows me the manners that to go with it, I went with the 6 and the 8 over them. They looked to me like they're just horses that have been racing at top levels and have the ability and the manners to do what you want with them.
Well, we will hold that thought because it did end up going the direction of Save the Last Dance on top, but there was a late scratch to take note of. We just showed you on the graphics board. Race number 7, the 2 horse Sounds Good, late scratch of this horse in the 7th. So do factor that in to your handicapping in the multi-legs. Of course, if you do have this horse, then you will be scratched on to the post-time favorite, which... who will it be? Probably Confederate, could be Save America, but definitely consider that in race number 7. So back to the 6th in here, Save the Last Dance. I know you mentioned got hot on the front end, and I mean, usually this is a filly that we've seen take back early on and race so patiently, so it's very strange to see that. Maybe it was that she had that outside draw to work with, and that kind of factored into it, but I hope she's raced back off of a helmet because I think she's put forth some really good efforts that way.
I agree, and I'm thinking that they're thinking the same thing. God, I hope we can race her from off the helmet tonight. Another actually question mark that to me fits in here quite well is a filly that looked like she was really coming in, getting good, and then she had some time off. She shows a vet sick on September the 6th, comes back, qualifies really well, and then comes out her very first start, gets a nice trip by Louis, follows Front Page Story, and Front Page Story had no excuses. She had everything her own way, but she just didn't have an answer to Sweet Amira. And Sweet Amira raced really, really well. So she's another one that's coming into this race fresh. She's only had 4 starts. This will be her 5th one this year. So it'll be interesting to see where she fits in here as well.
And there's a lot of question marks in here. I know Sweet Amira, you mentioned huge price right now, 54-1. She's riding that 1 race winning streak, good looking qualifier, and she was able to get her maiden breaking score, so can definitely be able to build off of that. The 2 in here is Zanata, 12-1 price for a filly that's been right there at the finish. She's been consistently racing well. She has a good limited post in here to work with. I didn't know where to slot her. I wonder, did I end up using her in my... yeah, I did. So I ended up using her 4th. Could have easily bumped her up a little bit higher. I just don't know how she fits in against this type of caliber and this type of talent, but she really interests me.
Her lines look fantastic.
They do.
You know, I mean, she's had 8 starts this year, and 6 times she's hit the top 3. Got $170,000 put away, and you know, her last start October the 7th, so she's got a good date to work with. You know, she's right back in to go, and you know, as long as the shipping and that doesn't take too much out of her, I think she looks good in here. She's got great gate speed to work with, and she's got a driver, Joey Bongiorno, that loves to get his horses out of there and get them into the early action. So this should set up good for her.
And how about, we'll close things out with the 8 Strong Poison in here. Was a winner 2 back, raced awesome, and I thought she looked so good in her most recent on the 7th of October.
I think, again, I completely agree with you. She's really done nothing this year but just improve and stay good. And her last start, again, you know, it was October the 7th in Lexington. She did get beat, but wow, last quarter, 26 flat mile and 50-1. And she looks like she's at Yannick's doing a little bit of adjusting there, but it's all good to go now. Back in the seat there, Mr. Gingras. Didn't see him do the whole lot there, so maybe it was just he didn't like the way that the bit was sitting in her mouth, or the line was maybe hooked on something and he didn't like it, but it doesn't look like it was anything serious.
Really looking forward to the 6th, the smaller field in here of 8, but a really deep group from top to bottom. There's so many in here that have been consistently good all year. The Charlestons, the Strong Poisons, and there's a lot of question marks in here, seeing how our local talent stacks up, and then seeing some of these horses shipping in. Looking forward to this 6, just under a minute to post to get your wagers in. And of course, race number 6 kicks off that late pick 5. Good luck.
That pool closing in on almost $50,000. Vital piece of information you'll want to know. Again, a late scratch in tonight's 7th race. Number 2, Sounds Good, is sick and will not go. That's race 7 affecting this late pick 5 wager. Late scratch news coming in. Take out 2, Sounds Good. She is sick and will not go. He is sick and will not go. We've got the girls here, though. 2-year-old pacing fillies for their Breeders' Crown elimination. Moving in and lining up now, getting set for their start. Current favorite 3-5, offering right now on number 6. Charleston, Dexter Dunn with that Brett Pelling trainee. Runner-up in the She's a Great Lady. She's come back with a qualifying prep over Harris Fillies, 5/8 oval, October the 11th. All systems go in that qualifying prep, and we'll see what she does here tonight under the lights. Donald troubles getting Save the Last Dance as she's on that right line. Good coming up to the gate there. Gapped it as a result. They're often pacing in this Breeders' Crown elimination, and a sharp start for Charleston, who's quick away. Joined outside by Bellissima Hanover. Stacked up widest is Strong Poison, and Fleet Speed at the inside early from Zanata. In at the railway 5th is Treacherous Penny. 6 tucked in goes Sweet Tamira. Further back into 7th is Front Page Story, and McDonald is just trying to get Save the Last Dance to chill from back in 8th. Over to the opening quarter, and on top it's Strong Poison. She's up front by 2 lengths as Gingras put the pedal to the metal to make front with her at a quarter of 27-4. Into that pocket spot is Anata. Charleston sizes them up from back in 3rd. Then it's Bellissima Hanover and Treacherous Penny, tracked by Sweet Amira. Another 2 to Front Page Story. Trailing is Save the Last Dance at 3/8. Up to the midway point they go. Strong Poison on top just over a length. Second is Zanata. Charleston continues to rail ride 3rd. The inside trip for Bellissima Hanover 4th. 5th in at the rail, Treacherous Penny. Halftime 56-1. Heading into the final turn, Strong Poison is on top, leading the way just over a length in front. Zanata's in the pocket spot. It's a length and a half to Charleston from in 3rd. Then 4th inside, Bellissima Hanover. They've got 3/8 of a mile to go. The clock is ticking, and Strong Poison is still in command. Zanata's in the pocket spot. Here comes Charleston, revving up on the rim from in 3rd now. Picking up the cover, Bellissima Hanover from in 4th. Inside trip 5th for Treacherous Penny. The others are gapped. 3/4 in 1:23-4. Strong Poison threw down hard in that 3rd quarter, and she's on top now, surrounded as Charleston on the outside is coming to her. Charleston on the outside comes up after Strong Poison, and it's Charleston working her way to the front the tough way. Back into 2nd now is Strong Poison, who's given way, but she fights on. Outside it's Charleston to get the upper hand late, and Charleston will come to the line to win this Breeders' Crown elimination by about a neck on a determined Strong Poison. 3rd was Bellissima Hanover, then Zanata 4th in 1:50-4.
lot of really good efforts in there. Strong Poison fought on extremely gamely, but just lost to someone that was just really on their game in Charleston. Another good effort. You mentioned too, Bellissima Hanover. Huge mile for this filly.
Yeah, she raced really, really well. Like, I mean, she's raced good other times too, but not usually with showing a bunch of air. And 2 starts ago, she was a vet scratch 6th, and she comes out in Lexington last week there and gets beat 15 lengths, paces home 30 seconds. Like, you know, and then goes out, you know, a week later and does what she's done. You know, huge shout out to Tony Alanya and his crew for getting her that good. You know, that's one of the best miles I've ever seen this filly go, and it's at the end of the year.
Yeah. Interesting the way that things started off with, say, The Last Dance, really on a line early, and unfortunately never really settled in, didn't give her any type of opportunity. She was just kind of off, which is unfortunate to see, because when she's able to kind of be on her best behavior, she's so talented, but she's been a tricky one to try to keep her, you know, interested, motivated, and keep her, you know, racing straight.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, what happened last week happened, you know what I mean? And I think it set her up to be, you know, a little bully tonight, and it looked like that's what he was doing. You know, he took her off, he cheated the gate a little bit, had her well off, so she should have been quiet, should have been able to slide right over and drop down to the rail, but he fought with her, you know, for a while even to get her to do that, and it looked like she was never really comfortable the whole mile. So, you know, hopefully they'll be able to regroup, and she'll be able to show us what she's got next year.
Yeah, Charleston really game, and right back to her winning ways. Curious to see what's going to happen when she meets up in the Breeders' Crown final, but another one just been so good all year long.
Top 4 on the board here, 6-8, 7-2. Escorted back to the Winback Farm winner's circle by caretaker Kayla Chappell here, 6 Charleston. Victorious tonight, 2-year-old daughter of Down by the Seaside out of the Western Hanover Mare, Western Montana. Diamond Creek Farm, the breeder, Diamond Creek Racing. Listed owner, Brett Pelling, is the trainer, and Dexter Dunn gets it done with Charleston. Something she has had no problem doing this year, getting it done. She's won 6 of 8 on the season now, never worse than second. $169,000 on her card coming in. Add to what she wins tonight, she's closing in on $200K. Charleston, the Down by the Seaside filly, with a 150-4 gutsy score tonight. Wind had really picked up for that 6th race. It's changed direction, and the velocity of the wind has certainly picked up here since the last couple of races, so something you might factor into handicapping here tonight. Didn't bother this filly one iota. She just ripped right through it. Charleston, 150-4 to win her Breeders' Crown Elim. $340 the win ticket return, $2 exact to $740, $2 daily double $690, $1 trifecta $37.80, $1 superfecta $167.20, and the $1 pick 3 paid $41.05. We've got that early pick 5 wager underway. We'll get you details on the pool size in a moment. $42,000 in live money remains. We can tell you that much. Looks like we're going to hear from teamster Dexter Dunn in that Winback Farm winner's circle, standing by with Chad. We'll get coverage and a reaction to Charleston's impressive score here tonight. Pick 5 pool there, $82,000 plus. Good size pool, and over half the cash still alive.
Second Breeders' Crown elimination for the Chiro Philly Pacers in the books goes to Charleston, the heavy favorite. Dexter Dunn delivering here for Brett Pelling and Diamond Creek Farm. You know, she'd been off since she was here for the She's a Great Lady, but had the qualifier between. She certainly didn't look short at all tonight.
You know, she felt great. You know, she's been progressing really well this year, and you know, kind of sort of aimed at this for a long time. So she nice qualifier after the break, and really nice performance tonight.
You know, people watching at home can't really see what we're going through. Sure, it's nice, it's dry, but the wind's kind of picked up a bit. A little cool. That's a heck of a mile tonight, isn't it?
It was a big mile, yeah. You know, we got away in a pretty handy spot, but we had to work for it late in the stretch here. So, you know, it's a really strong mile, and I hope she bounced out of that all right.
You feel like you got to be close to the early pace here tonight, if not on the front?
Well, the first quarters haven't been that hot, so it's sort of the way it's been shaping up in the races so far. So, seems to be that way, but you never know.
You're going to get a rematch with Sylvia Hanover next week in the Rich Final. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, you know, she was obviously great again tonight. She's an amazing filly herself. So, yeah, we'll look forward to another bout with her.
How was Bulldog this morning qualifying? Visually looked amazing. How was he?
He felt amazing too. He was really good. I think he likes it here, and he was full of himself, and couldn't be more happy with him.
Nice job, Dex.
Thank you, bub.
All right, there's Dexter Dunn for Brett Pelling and Diamond Creek Farm. 150-4, a Breeders' Crown elimination victory for his filly, Charleston.
Donald troubles getting Save the Last Dance as she's on that right line. Good coming up to the gate there. Gapped it as a result. They're often pacing in this Breeders' Crown elimination, and a sharp start for Charleston, who's quick away. Joined outside by Bellissima Hanover. Stacked up widest is Strong Poison, and Fleet Speed at the inside early from Zanata. In at the railway fifth is Treacherous Penny. Six tucked in goes Sweet Tamira. Further back into seventh is Front Page Story, and McDonald is just trying to get Save the Last Dance to chill from back in eighth. Over to the opening quarter, and on top it's Strong Poison. She's up front by 2 lengths as Gingras put the pedal to the metal to make front with her at a quarter of 27-4. Into that pocket spot is Nada. Charleston sizes them up from back in third. Then it's Bellissima Hanover and Treacherous Penny, tracked by Sweet Amira. Another 2 to Front Page Story. Trailing is Save the Last Dance at 3/8. Up to the midway point they go. Strong Poison on top just over a length. Second is Zanata. Charleston continues to rail ride third. The inside trip for Bellissima Hanover fourth. Fifth in at the rail, Treacherous Penny. Halftime 56-1. Heading into the final turn, Strong Poison is on top, leading the way just over a length in front. Zanata's in the pocket spot. It's a length and a half to Charleston from in third. Then fourth inside, Bellissima Hanover. They've got 3/8 of a mile to go. The clock is ticking, and Strong Poison is still in command. Zanata's in the pocket spot. Here comes Charleston, revving up on the rim from in third now. Picking up the cover, Bellissima Hanover from in fourth. Inside trip fifth for Treacherous Penny. The others are gapped. 3/4 in 1:23-4. Strong Poison threw down hard in that third quarter, and she's on top now, surrounded as Charleston on the outside is coming to her. Charleston on the outside comes up after Strong Poison, and it's Charleston working her way to the front the tough way. Back into second now is Strong Poison, who's given way, but she fights on. Outside it's Charleston to get the upper hand late, and Charleston will come to the line to win this Breeders' Crown elimination by about a neck on a determined Strong Poison. Third was Bellissima Hanover, then Zanata fourth in 150-4.
All right, we're set to draw another of next weekend's Breeders' Crown finals. This time we're going to focus on the 2-year-old filly trot final. We had one elimination tonight. Now, keep in mind here, this was another one of those divisions where there was a win in your in spot that was captured back in August on Hambletonian Day, as the Doherty was won by Instagram model. And with that, she punched her ticket to next Friday's Breeders' Crown final. She did not have to take part in tonight's elimination. So she's going to go into our first draw along with Special Way, the elimination winner. They're going to draw for posts 1 through 5. Righteous Resolve took a bye to the final, but she will be a part of the open draw after we draw for posts 1 through 5 for those 2 horses as mentioned. All right, so we have Special Way and Instagram model. Their slips are in the box. Let's see who comes out first.
Instagram model.
So post position number 3 for Instagram model for trainer Annie Stobie. That one captured the Doherty as mentioned on Hambletonian Day and has then been pointed to the Breeders' Crown. Been off a few weeks, but I'm certain we'll be ready for next Friday's contest. All right.
Special Way.
Jakob Svanstedt trained special way. She looks like some special filly. Strong victory here tonight in the elimination. Draws post position number 4. So 3 and 4 are out. The rest of the balls are now in the bin, and the slips have been put in the box. So let's see where everyone else will land.
Righteous Resolve.
So right off the hop, the horse that got the bye, Righteous Resolve, is pulled, and she lands post position number 7. Talk about another filly that looks really special for team backs. Post 7 for Righteous Resolve.
Blonde Bombshell.
So the nifty Norman trained Blonde Bombshell, who was 7th in tonight's elimination, has drawn post position number 9.
Life Itself.
A 6th place finish for another Svanstedt trainee. That's what happened tonight for Life Itself, and draws post position number 8.
Walner Payton.
Post position number 6 for Walner Payton. Came into tonight off that really impressive victory at the Red Mile. Finished 2nd in the elimination. Post 6 for Walner Payton.
Mamacita.
All right, so post position number 5 for Mambasita lands right beside Walner Payton, who we mentioned did draw post position number 6. Mambasita was 3rd tonight after leaving from the rail. That Tony Alanya trainee is going to land post position number 5. We're just going to give the guys a second to get the names up there. There they are, so we will continue.
Silly Me Hanover.
The rail starting spot for Silly Me Hanover for Determination, Blay, and McClure finished 4th in tonight's elimination. We'll start from the rail next Friday.
Tactical Planner.
Tactical Planner, Tyler and Dustin Jones, the father-son team there, got the last spot into the final by finishing 8th tonight. Lands post 2.
Secret Volo.
And Secret Volo for Marcus Melander will start from the outside, post position number 10. Everybody would have been holding their breath there with that 10 staying in the draw right to the end, but Secret Volo will be the horse that'll have to start from the far outside. So there is the field for the 2-year-old filly Trot Breeders' Crown Final. That'll take place next Friday night. And with that, we get back to the action. We'll head into the paddock in just a moment.
The horses are on the track for tonight's 7th race. Introducing number 1, Lion Surfing. It's Andrew McCarthy for trainer Jim King Jr., owned by 3 Lions Racing. Number 2, Sounds Good Again, Scratch Sick. Here's 3, Christchurch. Todd McCarthy for trainer Nancy Tactor, owners Diamond Creek Racing and Far East Standardbreds Corporation. 4 is Delayed in the Paddock. 5 is Blue Hunt. Brian Sears for trainer Alex Chartrand, owned by United Process Control Company and Erica Chartrand. Number 6, Confederate. Tim Tetrick in the sulky wears the colors of co-owner Diamond Creek Racing along with Crossover Racing. Brian Brown trains. 7 is Ammo. Dave Miller for trainer Joe Holloway, owned by Valdor Farms and Ted Gewurz. Here's a look at 8, Irvin Hanover. Joe Bongiorno with the Ron Burke trainee for Burke Racing Stable, J&T Silva Stables, Jim Simpson and Weaver Buscemi. Next is 9, Golden Greatness. Dexter Dunn for trainer Chris Ryder. Ryder shares ownership with William Ezzo, Evan Katz, along with Joe Sobraco and Jaff Racing. Here's 10, Save America. Yannick Gingras for trainer Nancy Tactor, owned by Three Brothers Stable and Caviar Farms. And here now is 4, Blue Hunt. Should say here now is 4, Act Fast with Chris Page, with that Ron Burke trainee for Burke Racing Stable, Knox Services Incorporated, Richard Lombardo, and Beastie LLC. 7th race coming up next in 4 minutes.
Race number 7, they're out onto the track for this elimination. Somewhat of a late scratch of the 2, Sounds Good. Definitely factor that into your handicapping. Of course, if you're live in those multi-legs, then you are scratched on to the post-time favorite. And I didn't necessarily know if it would be Confederate by that much of a margin right now, and it seems to be the case. I think there's others in here in with great shots. I ended up going the direction of Save America. Going to be tough to overcome that difficult outside draw, but this has been a colt that's been racing so well, and if he brings his A game, he can beat anyone. So I'm hoping that Yannick is able to map out a nice trip.
I agree, and he's looked fantastic since any time that he showed up here. It is unfortunate that he drew the 10-hole. His last 2 starts there, he finished second both times as the beaten favorite, but he's impressed us always so much up here.
Mm-hmm.
It is unfortunate, but with the scratch of the 2-horse Sounds Good, at least he gets to move down into the 9, which helps out a little bit. I myself went with the 6-horse Confederate. I'm kind of interested in this one. This is a colt that's won his last 4 in a row, and his last start going for $400,000 in Kentucky, he win by 3, paces the back half in 53 and change, mile in 49 and 2, and this is going to be his first start on Lasix.
Yeah.
And that to me is that's amazing to think that a horse, a 2-year-old, is able to show twice in his last 6 starts, winning in 49, and yet he needs Lasix.
Yes.
That's amazing. That's either a big risk or that's a real sharp move by trainer Brian Brown, and I'm going to say that it was a sharp move. I really do. I think it was a good move that he did it, and this should be interesting to see how the horse accepts it. Now, to the same effect, he hasn't raced since September 18th. Save America, who's probably been one of, if not one of the top colts that we've seen so far up here on our circuit this year. He raced on October 8th.
That's right.
So to me, that's a huge advantage going towards Save America.
I'm going to ask you about someone that you used underneath the 1 Line Surfing. He used to round out the top 3, 4 for 8 thus far, and he's been consistently right there. He's riding a two-race winning streak, I should say. Heading into this event, he's looked great in those 2 outings. A little bit of time away, September the 30th, last outing, but what do you make of his chances to hit the board?
I used him on the bottom as well. I love him. It's unfortunate they had to lose Timmy Tetrick, who elected to go with Confederate, but they get a great replacement in Andrew McCarthy. And it's more or less a lateral move, I would say, and I can see Andrew adjusting real well to this horse, and with the rail to work with, and all he's got to do is kind of stay a little bit close, and she looks like she's got the speed. She's had the rail in her last 2 times behind the gate won the qualifier at Philadelphia on a 5/8 mile, and it didn't seem to bother her any. She was able to get out of there good. And the week before, Lexington with the rail on a mile track. It's not usually the best situation, but again, she got away well. So hopefully the rail doesn't bother her here, and he gets a good clean trip with her.
So there are quite a few question marks, not necessarily in this race. I think there are question marks with some of these horses in here. Confederate getting on lane 6, Save America with the draw, but Ammo, lightly raced, only got things going September the 19th, 1 for 3 to start his career, but his most recent effort got to the lead pretty late in the mile, ended up getting past late, but a 49-3 outing out of this horse. And of course, now you factor in Dave Miller, of course, being back on board, familiar with him, but out to a late start, and curious how he's going to stack up.
Yeah, I agree. Like, will that last start hurt him or help him? I mean, that was a huge mile. I mean, they were at the half in 52 flat. So, I mean, even him being off 5 lengths at the half, he's still there in 53 seconds. And like you said, he's only had a few starts. So, you know, I could see him being a little bit tired, and he was only beat a half length. So he did race very, very well. But it's just a matter of, did that start help him, or is it going to hurt him a little bit? You know, you never really know. I think that the start last week maybe hurt Save the Last Dance a little bit this week. We'll have to see how I mean, it's not that he was cutting it out, but he was up close to it, and he was on the move into it, you know. So it'll be interesting to see how he comes out of that one.
Just under 10 seconds to post to get your wagers in for race 7. Of course, this one is going to wrap up the early pick 4, not part of that crossover leg. So those are going to be separate in here as we continue on with those Breeders' Crown of limbs for these 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Good luck.
Horses head to the gates. The 7th race next. Breeders' Crown elimination for 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. We do have a scratch. Take out the 2 Sounds Good, who is sick. 2 to 5 on the 6 Confederate coming in. Joins the Lasix program tonight for trainer Brian Brown, who's watched the youngster reel off 4 consecutive victories. Perfect in the Kentucky Sire Stakes Championships, including that 49-2 win last time out. They're set for a start. Often pacing. Irvin Hanover got a smack of the wheel. Discus Bongiorno called on him for big speed, and at 50-1, Irvin Hanover launches off the car. He's on top here as they hit the line for the first time. Christchurch pocket rides. Outside 3rd comes Confederate now. Backed off into 4th is Ammo, and the field marches into that first turn. On top it's Irvin Hanover as Bongiorno starts to seesaw on him, trying him to settle. Confederate is sweeping up to take that top. Irvin Hanover is in that pocket spot now. Christchurch didn't handle that first turn all that well, and he continues to sit along at the inside there from in 3rd. Ammo is 4th off a quarter of 27-3. Then it's back 5th inside to Save America. Lion Surfing 6. Gap of 2 back to Act Fast. It's another 2 to Blue Hunt. And the trailer across the backstretch is Golden Greatness. Single file as they scoot across the backstretch. Confederate gets front and respect. Confederate's on top for Tetrick a length. 2nd is Irvin Hanover. Christchurch 3rd. Ammo 4th. Halftime 56-2. Pace is very sensible as they go into the final turn. Confederate leads the way. It's Confederate on top just over a length. 2nd at the inside, Irvin Hanover. Back into 3rd is Christchurch. Ammo's outside now, revving up in 4th. Picking up the cover, Save America to 5th. 6th outside, Lion Surfing. Gapping a rail spot is Act Fast. Overland comes Golden Greatness, and the trailer at the inside. The uninterested Blue Hunt at this point. 3/4 in 123-4, turning home. Confederate's on top. Confederate leads the way. Pocket Rider continues to be Irvin Hanover. Ammo's on the outside from in 3rd. Escaping off a ground-saving trip is Christchurch. Save America's on the far outside. Deep stretch. Confederate is still there. Confederate at the inside leads at a length and a half. Then outside is Ammo. Irvin Hanover 3rd. Here is Confederate to win. Confederate 2 lengths better than the others in 150-2.
150-2, and I know we had questions about this horse getting on the Lasix program. Not questions in terms of questioning the decision to do it, but it's very rare you see a horse off of those impressive victories getting on Lasix, and once again, so dominant. Timing-wise, wow.
Yeah, and I mean, we were actually kind of fortunate, you and I too, because Bob Young came in while the race was going on, and he even mentioned that Brian Brown was kind of hesitant on whether or not the horse was going to be fit enough to go this kind of a mile. And at the head of the lane, it looked like he was going to be swarmed. Maybe there was a few, but great horses, you know, they find a way, and this one found a way. You know, I mean, he's even going to be stronger next week. So definitely, this is one of the top ones out there.
And a few others in here I thought raced huge. The 7 Ammo. I know there were question marks about him being so lightly raced, but he proved he can stack up well versus a group like this, and he also won a huge mile.
He did. He raced fantastic, and again, Joey Bongiorno got that horse. First time that he's been driving him in his last 6 lines. I don't know if he drove him earlier than that there, but adjusted to him well, busted him out of there, and he gets a real good mile out of the horse there. So this should be interesting. It was tight. He's either going to be second or he's going to be third. But it's interesting. You see David Miller move his foot out of the stirrup. My guess would be that the horse was probably touching his feet there. So maybe... again, with a horse like this, he's probably starting to learn his gait. His gait's getting longer because he's been so lightly raced, this Ammo horse. So, you know, that's a good sign, too, that a horse is starting to stride a little bit more at the end of it. You know, nice to see.
Turning things over to you, Ken, another dominant performance out of Confederate. This time around, first time Lasix, first time here. Once again, same result. Another nice victory.
Yeah, he was all business here tonight. 1-5, the story's been told. Confederate worth every single ounce of that. With a 150-2 powerhouse performance, off a soft 56-2.5, big back half speed, vicious final quarter. Confederate's a 2-year-old son of Sweet Lou out of the rock and roll dance mare, Geothermal. Diamond Creek Farm, the breeder. Diamond Creek Racing owns with Crossover Racing of Pennsylvania and Kentucky, respectively, Brian Brown. Ohio-based conditioner Tim Tetrick. The winning reinsman here tonight as he dons the colors of co-owner Diamond Creek Racing, make it 5 wins now from 6 starts for Confederate. Fresh off his Kentucky Championship Series score on September the 18th. Vicious speed that day, and he demonstrates that speed here tonight, does Confederate. Confederate victorious, adding to a bankroll that came in just shy of $300,000. And a mile tonight, 150-2. So Confederate earning his position into next week's Breeders' Crown Championship for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace category. Again, elimination winners earn the right to get a post position between 1 and 5. We're learning results of some of those finals here tonight. More still to come. And some will be revealed on Tuesday. 50-2 speed tonight for 6 Confederate. Paid $2.60 to win, $2 exact to $42.40, $2 daily double $4.30, dollar trifecta $92.90, dollar superfecta to $677.25. The $1 pick 3 returned $5.30. The $1 early pick 4 tonight, $69.45.
First of 2 Breeders' Crown eliminations for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers in the books, and the Canadian debut winning one, 5 in a row now for Confederate. Sweet Lou Colt driven by Tim Tetrick for trainer Brian Brown here in the Diamond Creek colors. You know, given the conditions here tonight, a bit of wind, did you know right from the outset you wanted to go to the front, or was the conditions dictate that?
No, not at all. I think my horse is way better at following, but the way it shook out, and I just went in and took control, and if one of the better horses would have come, I'd have followed him. But, you know, my horse, it's a good tightener for him. He hadn't raced since the Sire Stake final in Lexington, and, you know, Brian had him ready, and he was really sharp tonight.
Yeah, Brian Sharp, he always does have them ready. Where would you peg this horse? Where do you think he was at here tonight?
He's ready to go. You know, that has really tightened him up. I expect him get through the week healthy, and you know, systems all go. I think he's a hot horse right now.
You know, couldn't get on Lasix racing in Kentucky, but now he comes here, gets to join it. That make him even better?
I think so. You know, he was pacing home in 25, 26 every week. How does he need Lasix? But, you know, these horses, they just bleed more and more. This just a new breed. And, you know, they caught it, and they're doing the right thing and giving him Lasix to treat him, because we don't want to see horses bleed. And for me, it's the horse is very sharp. It didn't seem to affect him at all. First start Lasix, and he paced home really strong.
Earlier tonight, you got the Million Champ well into the final. He's drawn post position 9. What do you make of that?
Well, I'd rather have the 9 than the rail, in my opinion, for this track with the slanted gate. And, you know, he hadn't raced since the $1 million race, went 3.5, 4 weeks. And me and Marcus both talked about it. He was super happy with him, tried to give him an easy race as possible. And he said he should really rebound well off that.
Game face will be on next week, won't it?
I'm sure hoping it is.
Congratulations and good luck next weekend.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's Tim Tetrick. He gets Confederate to the winner's circle, something he's done often. Off a half and 56-2. How about a 150-2 blistering performance?
Championships, including that 49-2 win last time out. They're set for a start. Often pacing. Irvin Hanover got a smack of the wheel. Liscas Bongiorno called on him for big speed, and at 50-1, Irvin Hanover launches off the car. He's on top here as they hit the line for the first time. Christchurch pocket rides. Outside third comes Confederate now. Backed off into fourth is Ammo, and the field marches into that first turn. On top it's Irvin Hanover as Bongiorno starts to seesaw on him, trying him to settle. Confederate is sweeping up to take that top. Irvin Hanover is in that pocket spot now. Christchurch didn't handle that first turn all that well, and he continues to sit along at the inside there from in third. Ammo is fourth off a quarter of 27-3. Then it's back fifth inside to Save America. Lion Surfing 6. Gap of 2 back to Act Fast. It's another 2 to Blue Hunt. And the trailer across the backstretch is Golden Greatness. Single file as they scoot across the backstretch. Confederate gets front and respect. Confederate's on top for Tetrick a length. Second is Irvin Hanover. Christchurch third. Ammo fourth. Halftime 56-2. Pace is very sensible as they go into the final turn. Confederate leads the way. It's Confederate on top just over a length. Second at the inside, Irvin Hanover. Back into third is Christchurch. Ammo's outside now, revving up in fourth. Picking up the cover, Save America to fifth. Sixth outside, Lion Surfing. Gapping a rail spot is Act Fast. Overland comes Golden Greatness, and the trailer at the inside, the uninterested Blue Hunt at this point. 3/4 in 123-4, turning home. Confederate's on top. Confederate leads the way. Pocket Rider continues to be Irvin Hanover. Ammo's on the outside from in third. Escaping off a ground-saving trip is Christchurch. Save America's on the far outside. Deep stretch. Confederate is still there. Confederate at the inside leads it a length and a half. Then outside is Ammo. Irvin Hanover third. Here is Confederate to win. Confederate 2 lengths better than the others in 150-2. Seventh race order finish. Lion Surfing 7th, Sounds Good scratch. Christchurch 4th, Act Fast 5th. Blue Hunt 8th, Confederate the winner. Ammo 3rd, Irvin Hanover 2nd. Golden Greatness 9th, Save America 6th. To the 8th race we go. In tonight's 8th race, we have a claim entered on 4, Raptors 1. Shoeing change, 5, Come Roll With Me, going aluminum 2 steel up front, and a right side Murphy blind added to the 5.
Continuing with the draws for next weekend's Breeders' Crown Finals, and up next it is the final for the 2-year-old pacing fillies for a purse of $600,000. We had a pair of eliminations tonight. Sylvia Hanover and Charleston captured those eliminations, and with that, they are going to draw for posts 1 through 5. So Tony and Jim, they flip spots, as now Tony's going to pull the slips and Jim will pull the balls. All right, let's get underway, Tony.
Charleston.
The rail for Charleston, who captured our second elimination. The Rhett Pelling trainee was second in the She's a Great Lady final. A strong winner tonight.
And Sylvia Hanover.
Post 5 for Sylvia Hanover. She has just been incredible this season. Been a treat to watch here for the local fans, and she'll look to capture the Breeders' Crown to go with her win in the She's a Great Lady. All right, so now we put the rest of the balls in, and the 8 other names.
Bellissima Hanover.
Post 9 for Bellissima Hanover. That's the post position that she's going to draw. So that's a tough starting spot for a filly that has had some tough starting spots in the past. She'll start from post position number 9.
Light and Tight.
Light and Tight draws post position number 6. Another one for Nifty Norman that he's got in next weekend's finals. She was 4th in the first elimination.
McSeaside.
It's going to be post position number 4 for McSeaside, a runner-up to Sylvia Hanover in that first elimination, trained by Ron Burke. Post position number 4.
Proud Mary.
Proud Mary draws post position number 7 for trainer Chris Ryder, 5th in the first elimination. Post 7 for next weekend's final.
Sweet Amira.
Post position number 8 is what it is going to be for Sweet Amira. Chantel Mitchell trains 5th in the second elimination, draws post position number 8.
Horizontal.
Horizontal draws post position number 3, 3rd in tonight's first elimination, trained by Kevin Ben. There'll be a lot of folks back home that way cheering on that filly right there. 3rd in the first elimination, and now has advanced to the final.
Zanata.
Post position number 10 for Zanata, 4th in elimination number 2 for Team Bongiorno. Post position number 10.
And Strong Poison.
And that'll do it. Strong Poison draws post position number 2 to round things out for our 2-year-old pacing filly final. Now, we do want to note that the also eligibles in this contest for next weekend, AE number 1 will be Caviar de Villa. That is based on her having the highest earnings of the 2 6th-place finishers. So also eligible number 2 will be Front Page Story. So there you have it. There is the field for the 2-year-old pacing filly final for a purse of $600,000. That comes up next Friday. We have one more race to draw, but business isn't done yet. We still have another elimination for that 2-year-old colt pace before we can do that draw. We will do it after race number 10. More action coming up here tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park.
Horses are out for tonight's 8th race. 1, Blew Me a Kiss. Dexter Dunn with the Nick Boyd trainee for Brydown Farms, Kenneth Boyd and Tyler Durst. Bob McClure's on 2, Chelsea's Choice. Ricky Montgomery, the trainer, Chelsea Hughes owns. Girl Scout Cookie 3, Austin Sorey. Pilots the Joe Pereira trainee for William Johnstone and William Gillen. We do have a claim in the 4, Raptors 1, James McDonald for trainer Nicolucci, the owner breeder Millar Farms. Here's 5, Come Roll With Me, Doug McNair for trainer Anthony Montini, owners Albina Montini, Christine Michelle, Kwang Sim Lo and Pino Albanese. Chris Christopherou with the 6, I Love On Gate, Dr. Ian Moore trains, 4, Let It Ride Stables, Bottom Line Racing, and Mac Nickel. 7, Got Sexy Scars with Sylvain Filion for trainer Dr. Ian Moore, owned by Let It Ride Stables, Robert Cooper Stables, sharing ownership. Shanghai Sealster the 8 with Ed Hensley for trainer Ashley Hensley, owned by Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, and Philip Kalura. And number 9 is Into the Mystic Moon, homebred owned by Stephen Upson, trainer-driver Phil Houdon. The 8th race with a claim in the 4, Raptors 1 is coming your way next. Post time for this 8th race in about 6 minutes. Starting gate is rolling. We're up to race 8 next. Claiming the 4 Raptors 1, who holds as the even money favorite. Nick Galucci aboard this. Does the training on this Big Jim filly for owner-breeder Millar Farms. James McDonald sitting on a major milestone. His next victory will be 3,000th of his career. Could be this one. Raptors 1. We're set for a start. They're often pacing in a good even start. Quick speed from I Love On Gate down the center, though. She put in some steps there. A couple of steps getting out of there, but good gated now. Outside of her, drive stablemate Got Sexy Scars. Got Sexy Scars will take charge. I Love On Gate is back into the pocket spot, second now. Come Roll With Me dropped in third. Fourth away at the fence, Blew Me a Kiss. Towards the inside, fifth, Girl Scout Cookie. Sixth, Overland is Raptors 1 as McDonald tries to get her settled into a hole. Further back to Chelsea's Choice. Final two, Shanghai Sealster and the limbed out Into the Mystic Moon. 27-2 that first quarter speed. And the Moore trainees are 1-2. Got Sexy Scars over I Love On Gate. Come Roll With Me third. Blew Me a Kiss is tipped to the outside fourth there. Half in, half out. Further back fifth we go to find Girl Scout Cookie. Sixth and Overland comes Raptors 1. Then to the outside is Into the Mystic Moon. Further back on the outside, gears up Shanghai Sealster, Chelsea's Choice, shuffled to last. Halftime in 57-3. Filion just stole a second quarter, 30-1. With Got Sexy Scars, she's under attack now. Raptors 1 coming on to challenge. Pocket Rider is I Love On Gate third. Into the Mystic Moon has yet to see the rail. She's fourth outside and still advancing willingly. Back there from in fifth is Come Roll With Me. Sixth and Overland is Shanghai Sealster. Then the Traptian Blew Me a Kiss. Chelsea's Choice is trying to wind up from way back. And Girl Scout Cookie can see them all. 3 quarters of 125-2. A 27-4 third. Plugs come out on Got Sexy Scars as she felt the heat first over from Raptors 1. Pocket sitter is I Love On Gate trying to find some racetrack late. Here off cover comes Into the Mystic Moon. And it's Into the Mystic Moon out every step of the way. Blew Me a Kiss finds late racetrack to work with. Into the Mystic Moon and Blew Me a Kiss. It's Into the Mystic Moon over Blew Me a Kiss. Got Sexy Scars and I Love On Gate in 153. Top 4 on the board, 9-1-7-6. Coming back to victory lane, the winner of tonight's 8th race, it's the 9, Into the Mystic Moon. A 3-year-old Art Speak filly out of the Mach 3 mare, Mystical Moon. Homebred owned by Stephen Upson of Georgetown. Trainer-driver Phil Houdon. Into the Mystic Moon, she's come on strong late in the season. Now a 6-time winner from 10 trips to the track this year. 4 of those efforts coming in her last 5 outings. Winning here tonight in 153. It's 9, Into the Mystic Moon. We had a claim from tonight's 8th race. 4 Raptors 1 with allowances, $87,500 going to owner Bruno Lepage. The new trainer becomes Richard Moreau. The 9th race is where we'll take you next. Post time in about 12 minutes. Could be this one. Raptors 1. We're set for a start. They're off and pacing in a good even start. Quick speed from I Love On Gate down the center, though. She put in some steps there. A couple of steps getting out of there, but good gated now. Outside of her, drive stablemate Got Sexy Scars. Got Sexy Scars will take charge. I Love On Gate is back into the pocket spot. Second now. Come Roll With Me dropped in third. Fourth away at the fence, Blew Me a Kiss. Towards the inside, 5th, Girl Scout Cookie. 6th, Overland is Raptors 1 as McDonald tries to get her settled into a hole. Further back to Chelsea's Choice. Final 2, Shanghai Sealster, and the limbed out Into the Mystic Moon. 27-2 that first quarter speed, and the Moore trainees are 1-2. Got Sexy Scars over I Love On Gate. Come Roll With Me 3rd. Blew Me a Kiss is tipped to the outside 4th there. Half in, half out. Further back 5th we go to find Girl Scout Cookie. 6th in Overland comes Raptors 1. Then to the outside is Into the Mystic Moon. Further back on the outside, gears up Shanghai Sealster, Chelsea's Choice, shuffled to last. Halftime in 57-3. Filion just stole a second quarter, 30-1. With Got Sexy Scars, she's under attack now. Raptors 1 coming on to challenge. Pocket Rider is I Love On Gate 3rd. Into the Mystic Moon has yet to see the rail. She's 4th outside and still advancing willingly. Back there from in 5th is Come Roll With Me. 6th in Overland is Shanghai Sealster. Then the trapped in Blew Me a Kiss. Chelsea's Choice is trying to wind up from way back. And Girl Scout Cookie can see them all. 3 quarters of 125-2. A 27-4 third. Plugs come out on Got Sexy Scars as she felt the heat first over from Raptors 1. Pocket sitter is I Love On Gate trying to find some racetrack late. Here off cover comes Into the Mystic Moon. And it's Into the Mystic Moon out every step of the way. Blew Me a Kiss finds late racetrack to work with. Into the Mystic Moon and Blew Me a Kiss. It's Into the Mystic Moon over Blew Me a Kiss. Got Sexy Scars and I Love On Gate in 153. Here's a look at the rundown of tonight's 8th race. Blew Me a Kiss was 2nd. Chelsea's Choice finished 8th. Girl Scout Cookie 7th. Raptors 1 was 9th. Come Roll With Me 6th. I Love On Gate 4th. Got Sexy Scars 3rd. Shanghai Sealster 5th. And Into the Mystic Moon was the race winner. Moving on, we'll go to race 9 to start the late pick 4 wager. No changes here. Post time in about 14 minutes.
Reliable office scanning is a great start. Digitizing and automating gets even more done, quicker and with less cost. Get the right info, automatically. Collaborate, share, and conduct hybrid meetings more effectively. The Rico Woodbine Mile, sponsored by DDL.
What goes up must come down. Spinning wheel, gotta go around.
The Central Ontario Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at COSAonline.com.
Looking forward to our final Breeders' Crown race. We gave you a countdown and still wasn't
chairs.
enough.
Yeah, I know. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
I would never say that. I completely disagree.
You don't have to. I did it.
No. Looking forward to race number 9 as we return back to these Breeders' Crown eliminations after a nice little break. So we were away for one race, but the winners didn't stop for you. Nice pick.
No, Val, right, Phil. And she went a big mile, too.
Yeah, she did.
Parked every step of the mile and, was well in hand winner there. She's racing really good for Phil. He's done a good job
She
with her.
is. So we wrap things up in terms of the Breeders' Crown Elims in here. We do have 12 in total, so lots more action to come tonight, but looking forward to this elimination for these 2-year-old Colt Pacers. Morning line choice in here is the 10 Stockade Sealster, who is not the favorite at this point, 9-2, but you and I going in his direction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised that we're getting 9-2 on him, to tell you the truth. But, the 9 horse there, Combustion, he's been racing lights out this year.
Mhm.
He's already winning 49, 6 starts, 5 times he's a winner. Comes out of the phenomenal Brett Pelling stable. He's 16-1.
Yeah, crazy.
So, I mean, everybody's just absolutely pounding Handle Like a Porsche, who I used actually on for third on my ticket. But, I'm trying to think there. Maybe I missed something because I don't see too many people really going that way. Well, you and I both went that way, and that was about it. Everybody else kind of went the opposite way.
I mean, this is the one elim that I think you can make a case for at least 4 or 5 options in
I
here.
agree.
And especially, I think the big equalizer is that outside draw for Stockade. Combustion, too, having post 9 to work with. He's been racing incredible as of late. So I think there are a lot of question marks in here. I know Chad going Tip Top Cat. This one was able to pull off the upset. Came through over Ticker Tape Hanover, and I thought was so impressive in that score at 31-1 this time around. A much shorter of a price at 7-1, but he's taking some of that sneaky play, and surprisingly, all these horses Chad are coming up with are taking a lot of plays. So
Yeah.
I guess we see why.
And also, too, like you said with Tip Top Cat, there has been a barn change.
That's right.
He's no longer Greg McNair. Now he's in Ronnie Burks. That could be one of the reasons, too, while he's starting to take a little bit more money is, the Burke Brigade is, they're tough, and that takes nothing away from Greg. I mean, he's as good a horseman as you're going to find, but Ronnie has that following down in the States. A lot of people see first-time Burke horses come and they race out of their skins, so maybe that's why, he's doing well here too, because I think if he was the other way, like other than that one win in the Metro elimination where he really got things his own way, he really hasn't showed that he's, has the tools so far to beat some of these other babies. But he's at 7-1, he's a good play.
So what's it going to take for Stockade Sealster to overcome post 10? What type of a trip do you think he's going to need in here?
Well, I mean, he's had pretty well all kinds of different trips, and at no point it seemed like there's a weakness to him.
Yeah.
The only time I seen a weakness to him was when Jody had problems holding on to him. A few weeks back there, you could just tell that Jody was a passenger, but Doc, he made a lot of changes on him, changed his bridle, changed a lot of his routine and that. And I thought that his last couple of starts, he raced a lot smarter. Now, again, with the 10 hole, it's going to be Jody's race to win or lose, But this is a colt that's had 9 starts and 8 times he's been a winner. And I mean, I just can't believe that people are letting him go off at 7-2,
It is still early, though.
It is. It is. I would have to think that he would start to drop a little bit, but who knows? And I'm still blown away by the 9 horse, still 14-1.
So really quickly, I want to ask you. I know we always kind of talk about this 2-year-olds, and it's a tough thing to manage, especially in their young campaigns, in terms of how many starts you want to have heading into an event like this, Breeders' Crown Elim. So you have some with a ton of starts, someone like Stockade Sealster, 9 of them. And you have other ones that are relatively a little bit more inexperienced. Is there a sweet spot in terms of the number of starts that you would like to see at this point in the season out of a 2-year-old?
I mean, if you're going to throw a number out there or whatever, I'd like to see around 8. I think 8 going into right now. Like I would never want to see a top 2-year-old race any more than 10 times. I mean, I'm sure that in the sire stakes that there are ones out there. I mean, Stockade's pretty well danced them all, and he's at 9. So, I think 10 is about the number for me anyway as a 2-year-old.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Up next is going to be the post parade for our final Breeders' Crown Elim of the night for these 2-year-old Colt Pacers.
Horses are on the track. 9th race next. Meet One Hunt in the Last Dollar. Doug McNair for trainer-owner Greg McNair, partners with Steve Heimbecker. The 2 is Right Me Rose, Sylvain Filion with Rob Fellows training for Windermere Stable. Yannick Gingras with number 3, Tip Top Cat, trained by Ron Burke for Burke Racing Stable, Weaver Buscemi, Frank Canzone, and Larry Carr. 4 is Mamba. Matt Kikeli with the Travis Alexander trainee for M-Spac Stables, Fiddler's Creek Stables, the Delegate Stable, and the TLP Stable. Redwood Hanover number 5, driven by James McDonald. Trainer is Anthony Beaton, owner SSG Stables. Handle Like a Porsche, the 6, with Dexter Dunn for trainer Chris Ryder. Ryder owns with William Ezzo, Robert Mondillo, and Barry Spack. Here's 7, Cannibal, Scott Zero on aboard. He wears the colors of co-owner Diamond Creek Racing, along with partners Crossover Racing trainer Nancy Tactor. Here now, number 8, Bugaboo Lou, Dave Miller, with the Brian Brown trainee for Country Club Acres Incorporated, Joe Sabraco, the Oz Stables LLC, and Acadia Farms Incorporated. 9 is Combustion. Todd McCarthy for trainer Brett Pelling, owned by Diamond Creek Racing, along with Thomas and Scott Dillon. The Cooper Silva Stables shares ownership. And outside of the gate, we go to number 10, Stockade Sealster. Jody Jameson pilots that Dr. Ian Moore trainee for Sally McDonald and Paul McDonald. It's race 9. Post time in about 4 minutes.
Trainer Ron Burke joining me here inside the paddock as you gear up to try and get another qualified. So far, things have gone well. You've got 5 in qualified. You had another 9 that went straight to final. Busy night tomorrow. All in all, pleased with the way everything's going?
Yeah, like a couple of them were second. I'd have liked to win, but they raced great and, just got beat. But then they drew good. That's the thing is when you win, you're going to draw good. When you're second, you're like, oh, God. But they drew good, and so I'm happy that way. The Trotton colt was an outstanding. We thought he's been one of our better colts the whole way, and so we were very happy there.
Coming up here, tip-top colt, or tip-top cat, I should say. Maybe a tip-top colt for you. Metro finishes. He goes on gate. You and your team, big ticket purchase, $330,000 US. Talk about that acquisition and how he's been training for you guys because he's about 4 weeks away from racing.
Mark called me 10 minutes before the sale was to close and said, hey, we're buying a horse. I don't care what it cost. I said, I've watched the horse. He's not gone a bad mile. He's had some bad luck. And I looked at it. I said, okay, whatever. And I looked. When I saw it, got jumped 50,000 one bid, I think, and that's something Mark would do. And, I saw it. We got it. I was very excited. He's trained great. We trained him last week with By the Missile. Like he couldn't get by Missile, but he stayed with him, and they went 53-26 flat, so he shouldn't be short. That's at the Meadows. This track should pick him up a little bit. Wonderful mouth, just does anything you ask of him. So, right now I'm thrilled.
I mean, you've been here before and you've been here in large numbers, but at the end of the day, how do you manage this?
You know what? When it's the only thing you have in your life other than your wife and 2 kids, it's pretty much what you do. Like I'm a one-trick pony. I pretty much don't know how to turn the washer or dryer on. I don't do anything but this. So, it makes a big difference. I do one thing, I do it well, and it's all I want to do.
Well said. You do it well, and you've done it well for a long time. Congratulations on the success so far tonight, and all the best in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, here's Ron Burke. He's got himself a busy weekend coming up in a couple of weeks. We know that as he tries to add to his impressive totals in the Breeders' Crown and trying to get Tip Top Cat to the winner's circle and make me happy for the second time tonight.
Thank you, Chad, and thanks, Ron Burke. And we were just talking about this too. I said, and well, surprisingly, of course, I know Chad wants Tip Top Cat to come through in here, and he's talking to all the people that he selected as his top choices. So we will see if he's able to come through in here with Tip Top Cat. But it's a cool story, and it's a very, very expensive purchase in there. So we will see if that's able to pan out. 400,000 approximately Canadian.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that he said he trained him with By the Missile the other day there, and he stayed right with him. He didn't get by him, but he shouldn't have really actually went by him. But if he was able to stay, you know, with that great horse, then he's obviously fitting in down there quite well. But that's the whole thing, eh? Like, I mean, he was in a great barn, and now he's gone to a great barn. It's more or less a lateral move going from Greg McNair to Ronnie Burke. But the thing is that Greg McNair has his routine. And that's how this horse has been trained down. And there's a pretty good chance that Ronnie Burke's routine is different than Greg's. So now this horse is going to have to go into a new routine. Sometimes they miss the old routine. And sometimes they flourish under the new one. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens here.
So the 6 in here, Handle Like a Porsche, taking a ton of support, opened up doing exactly that. Huge favorite in terms of the pick 3 Will Pace as well, riding that 2-race winning streak. How impressive has he looked in those back-to-back victories?
Oh yeah, huge. You know, really looked very, very well. And he's taken the majority of the betting support. You know, he looks sharp going to the gate. Dexter's taking a deep seat with him, and you know, it's a deep field, like you said, and you know, we just cannot forget about that 9 and 10 horse. Because they're, you know, they could be right in there amongst it too. Tip Top Cat down to 7-2.
Yeah.
Tip Top Cat is 7-2, and Combustion is 9-1. Figure it.
Yeah. We will see who's victorious in this final Breeders' Crown Limb for these 2-year-old colt pacers. Good luck to everyone involved, everyone playing along in all connections. Going to be a fantastic elimination in here. Deep group from top to bottom.
And a tight tote board battle here. We get a chance to see up close and personal what Handle Like a Porsche is all about. We can read the record. 3 wins, 3 seconds from 6 starts coming in. We've seen him on the tube. We haven't seen him locally. Let's find out what he's all about. We certainly know what Stockade Sealster's made of. 2-1 despite that outside starting spot tonight. Winner of 8 of 9, including the Metro and more recently the Super Final. Here they come. They're off and pacing in a good beginning in the center. Mamba, quick off the car. Leaving on the outside, chased out as Cannibal. Up in between horses, early Redwood Hanover. Put on hold in the early going is Handle Like a Porsche. From the outside, Stockade Sealster marches on. Taken back in at the rail, there is Tip Top Cat. Further back on the outside, we go to find a parked out Combustion. In at the rail is Huntin' the Last Dollar. Final 2 in the field are Right Me Rose and Bugaboo Lou Trails. Hot quarter, 27-2. Cannibal march to the front at long odds. He'll feel the pressure from Stockade Sealster, who sweeps on by, and Stockade Sealster takes command. Back into second, Cannibal. Mamba's third, Redwood Hanover fourth. Handle Like a Porsche 50 inside, tracking 6, Tip Top Cat. He's under a big hold, Gingras. Further back we go to find Huntin' the Last Dollar, who sweeps to the outside. Tip Top Cat is committed, but he's waiting undone. Back there from in fifth is Handle Like a Porsche, and he'll swing to the outside now. Halftime, 56-2. They move into the far turn. Stockade Sealster got that second quarter in 29 flat, and Jameson will reach for some separation right now. He's got 2.5 lengths on Cannibal, who's back into second. Mamba's third in at the rail. Here's Handle Like a Porsche on the outside. Quickly into gear, fourth outside, third now, second in driving. He's going to have to make up 3 on Stockade Sealster, though, and check out his strides. Handle Like a Porsche is coming on. Back into third is Cannibal, capping a pocket now. Then to the outside, Mamba. Here outside, Tip Top Cat. 3 quarters in 124, 27 3 third. Stockade Sealster still there with the lead. Outside comes Handle Like a Porsche now. Handle Like a Porsche on the outside. Sinks his claws into Stockade Sealster and comes by. Handle Like a Porsche to the front now. Stockade Sealster back into second. It's Handle Like a Porsche. Late speed from Huntin' the Last Dollar. Here's Handle Like a Porsche for Dunn to deliver on the even money favorite. He wrapped him up late in 151-4. Huntin' the Last Dollar and Stockade Sealster in this crown elimination.
Wow, we see why Handle Like a Porsche was that even money choice. He was all game in there, and even Stockade Sealster too. Talk about the move that Jody made. You liked it early on?
I think so. You know, I mean, he got himself out of traffic. He was able to control the race. Problem is that I'm starting to see in the last couple of races, now obviously not in the final of the Metro, and last week he looked fantastic and against Sire State Colts, but in the Grand Circuit scheme of things, I find that he's starting to get a little bit tired. You know, and this has been a long year for him, and he's had to race tough, like real tough. He's always seems like he's in front or coming to the front or something. He's always going making a move. I just think that the 6-horse handled like a Porsche. The betting public knew what they were talking about. First over, and I mean, race fantastic. And what a move Dougie's horse put on.
Oh my God, I know. And handle like a Porsche, doing things first over. You mentioned a bunch of long shots in front too, so had to do things the hard way, but so much left. And Dougie's horse absolutely flying late. Really, really, we've seen that significant improvement. I mean, he was a horse that really kind of caught our eye early on, and then since then has been consistently right there. But this was a monster effort to be able to get up for second.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way Dougie drove him. Like, I mean, he tripped him to death, you know. And I mean, there's been a couple of times where, you know, he's been bet down or whatever, and I think Dougie's had to race him a little tougher than probably what he wanted to. I think this is probably more closer to the trip that Dougie's been wanting to give him, and he fired big time. If he draws good next week there, he's going to be one of the fresher, tougher ones to beat.
And that's exactly it, is the draw. You know, being able to win these elims gives you a little bit guaranteed a better post to work with in here. But for the other ones in that open draw, it's going to be tough. And that's ultimately what's going to kind of dictate who can potentially pull off the upset. But a handle like a Porsche likely to be a clear-cut choice in the finals.
I would say that he's going into next week about as good as and fresh and sharp as any horse you'd want.
Kenny, what are your thoughts on the eventual winner in here, handle like a Porsche, and some of the others in here to light up the tote board underneath?
Yeah, great first impression of this guy from what we've seen here locally. Like I said, we've watched him on the simulcast, but until you stack him up against horses that we're well familiar with, including Stockade Sealster, this guy sat 5th and hunted down Stockade Sealster, and he was wrapped up finishing on the end of the mile, so it just makes you shake your head. How many great young horses we get a chance to see here night in, night out. Another nice one here going out for trainer Chris Ryder. He's had an army of nice horses over the years. This could be his next great. This is the son of Lazarus, out of the American Ideal mare, the Signature, $100,000 Harrisburg ticket last fall. And he scores the win tonight. Bred by M. Weed and Catherine Weed of New Jersey. Chris Ryder shares ownership. Partners William Ezzo, Robert Mundillo, and Barry Spack. Dexter Dunn mapped out that winning trip for Handle Like a Porsche as he extends his winning streak to 3 in a row. He's never been worse than second in 7 career tries. He'll add to a $228,000 bankroll tonight, and a good-looking winner here. $4.30 the win ticket return, $2 exact, $93.30, $2 daily double, $33.60, $1 trifecta, $163.45. The dollar superfecta is $636.45. The $1 pick 3 paid $20.85. The 9th race kicked off the late pick 4, $57,500 in the pool tonight, and close to $25,000 in live money moves on.
Night 1 of Breeders' Crown eliminations in the books. We wrapped here with the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers and Handle Like a Porsche, winning his 3rd in a row and does it impressively here. Dexter Dunn and Chris Ryder here with me. We'll start with you, Dex. Good night for you overall, but let's talk about this horse. The way he made that quick turn of foot on the turn, does he handle like a Porsche?
He does, you know. He doesn't wear no head poles or nothing like that. He's you know, he really gives 100% when he's out on the track, and he's been nice all year. But he's really hit his straps here. Once he got those 2 runs at Lexington, and tonight he felt great.
And I mean, it looks like he can just settle real easy.
Yeah, you really can do whatever you want with him. He's true professional. He's not, not a lot of size to him, but he does know that.
When you look at your lineup coming into a night like this, you got to think, obviously I've got some great shots, but happy with the way things played out so far?
Absolutely. The ones that I thought to get in the final all made the final, and performed really well, and I'm sure they'll a couple of them too will be a little better for the run tonight for next week, so I can't complain.
All right, well, good luck next week.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, Chris, bring you in here. You got 3 of your 4 starters here tonight. You got Nicky Hill next week as well, so setting up for a good Breeders' Crown weekend for you. Talk about this colt and his progression, because I know he had to miss a couple months of action, but it looks like he's just coming back super, super strong.
Yeah, we just started out in the Jersey Sire Stakes, and excuse me, he's just done every race. He's raced well, and I guess he got a little better down in Kentucky, and Dexter was thrilled with him tonight, and so was I. So I thought he raced super.
And when you see his line, you see a trip like this here tonight, I mean, the horse he beat, he's been a tough horse to beat. I think this is a kind of a coming out party if he needed it.
Yeah, he was third though, right? Ian Moore's horse, but he did have the outside, but we were the 6, and I think my horse made his own race. He had to come first over against a very good horse, and I'm just thrilled with him.
What can you say about Nikki Hill? Again, we talked about the unfortunate post draw, but she's a special filly. Overall, happy with how she's coming back for you?
Yes, happy. Qualified this morning, ran a good mile, and obviously we didn't get a limb, so we qualified, but I'm very happy with her, and she's got 10 hole, but I think we'll be fine.
Someone's got to start from there, right?
That's right. Yeah. Someone gets it. Her post positions haven't been too bad most of her career. It happens, and we're just pleased to be here and have her back. Yeah.
You've had great success in the past. I want to wish you all the best next weekend, Chris.
Thanks very much. Really enjoy coming here. Thank you.
All right. He has got Handle Like a Porsche and others for next week's Rich Finals. Breeders' Crown Elimination, night 1 in the book. Still a few races to go. And then tomorrow we have got the 3-year-olds and some older horses. Looking forward to tomorrow's action.
Inside tracking 6, Tip Top Cat. He's under a big hold, Gingras. Further back we go to find Hunt in the last dollar, who sweeps to the outside. Tip Top Cat is committed, but he's waiting undone. Back there from in 5th is Handle Like a Porsche, and he'll swing to the outside now. Halftime, 56-2. They move into the far turn. Stockade Sealster got that second quarter in 29 flat, and Jameson will reach for some separation right now. He's got 2.5 lengths on Cannibal, who's back into second. Mamba's third in at the rail. Here's Handle Like a Porsche on the outside. Quickly into gear, 4th outside, 3rd now, 2nd in driving. He's going to have to make up 3 on Stockade Sealster, though, and check out his strides. Handle Like a Porsche is coming on. Back into 3rd is Cannibal, gapping a pocket now. Then to the outside, Mamba. Here outside, Tip Top Cat. 3 quarters in 124, 27 3/3. Stockade Sealster still there with the lead. Outside comes Handle Like a Porsche now. Handle Like a Porsche on the outside. Sinks his claws into Stockade Sealster and comes by. Handle Like a Porsche to the front now. Stockade Sealster back into second. It's Handle Like a Porsche. Late speed from Hunt in the last dollar. Here's Handle Like a Porsche for Dunn to deliver on the even money favorite. He wrapped him up late in 151-4. Hunt in the last dollar and Stockade Sealster in this crown elimination. Rundown race 9. Hunt in the last dollar second. Right Me a Rose 8th. Tip Top Cat 5th. Mamba 7th. Redwood Hanover 6th. Handle Like a Porsche the winner. Cannibal 9th. Bugaboo Lou 10th. Combustion 4th. And Stockade Sealster was 3rd. We move on. It's race number 10. To start our final pick 3, no changes throughout the remainder of tonight's card. Post time in about 12 minutes.
The stars of 2023 and beyond step into the ring this fall.
The fastest mile in harness racing history.
Promoting your next Ontario Sire Stakes champion to winning coveted Grand Circuit races. Ontario sired yearlings have what it takes to put you in the winner's circle.
He's a Pepsi North America Cup winner.
Purchase your next Ontario Sired Stakes winner this fall. The one and only choice. Ontario Sired.
Piece number 10, as we take a hiatus, at least until tomorrow night, for those Breeders' Crown limbs, and we continue on with some overnights, 12 races in total, so lots more action to get into. I know you were telling us that, or telling me that you like Just Daisy in this spot. 4-1, getting a nice price. No one's a clear-cut choice in here, and rightfully so. It's a wide-open contest.
I love Just Daisy here.
Okay.
Yes, I don't think that people realize just what kind of a great job Terry Fritz and Chris Jr. have done working together with this filly. She made $82,000 last year as a 3-year-old and comes back as a 4-year-old and got another 83 made. She's probably, got a chance if she wins this race, that's going to put her up over 90. She's got a chance to make $100,000 this year. She's owned by Terry. I think that the pair of them have done a great job of managing her. She's been found herself up into the non-winners, the 12,000 class. Tough, you get your mares, tough mares dropping down into that, but now she's down to the non-winners of 7,800. I think she fits this fantastic, and she's the one that I'm going with.
I agree. She's definitely the one to beat. I ended up going the direction of Better Be Donna. For me, I always kind of think of this mare, and I think just the gutsy effort she puts forth every time she's out on the racetrack. And I love her most recent race. Finished third there, not beaten all that much, and lost to a great mare in Parisian Blue Chip that really took advantage of that drop down. She's no stranger to competing at levels like this or substantially higher. I think she can be a big factor in here. And to be honest, I thought there'd be more of a discrepancy between the odds in here with Just Daisy and Better Be Donna, but those are the two standouts for me.
The one that really scares me the most, I'm going to stick with my Just Daisy pick, but the one that scares me the most is the one that's named after you.
What's that?
The 3-horse.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that scared me the most, because I'm special. This is a new in the barn for Richard Moreau. And last week was the first time that they got to race it. Now, granted, she was only in non-winners of 3,000 coming from Three Rivers, but raced fantastic.
Turning things over to Ken with the post parade.
10th race field led by 1 Cowgirl Lily, Dexter Dunn for trainer Chantel Mitchell, owned by Decision Theory Incorporated and Gary Volpe. Chris Christoforou with number 2 Just Daisy, Terry Fritz, the breeder, owner, trainer. Sylvain Filion with 3, Cause I'm Special, trained by Richard Moreau, the owner, Michelle Legacy. Major League is 4, Ed Hensley, owns and drives, Ashley Hensley owns and trains. 5 is Trafalgar, Doug McNair with the Carmen Osiello trainee for Aaron Waxman and Fox Racing. The 6 is Goodnight Irene, Gord Remen, the owner trainer, Scott Young in the bike. 7 is Casimir Swamp Girl, Colin Kelly for trainer Kyle Bossens, owner William Pendleton. The 8 is Better Be Donna, Louis Philippois with the Carmen Osiello trainee, Stephen Klunowski owns. 9 is My Baby Girl, Austin Sorry for trainer, owner breeder Gaetan Hébert. And number 10, Do It for Josie with James McDonald for trainer Dr. Ian Moore, owned by the Let It Ride Stables. 10th race in 6 minutes, race 10 starts, the final pick 3.
Getting set for race number 10. As mentioned, Breeders' Crown eliminations for tonight are in the books. We've got a slew of them again tomorrow as we continue to set the stage for the Rich Finals coming up Friday and Saturday next weekend. Joined outside the paddock here by conditioner Dr. Ian Moore, who here will send out Do It for Josie. Maybe you'll be the ticket to James McDonald's 3,000th win. He's one away, by the way. Did you know that?
I did not know that, so that would be sure nice for sure.
One knocking on the door, that's for sure.
Yeah, 10-hole again, but we'll see what happens.
Well, you just had the 10-hole with Stockade Sealster. He's kind of the main guy I want to talk to you about. Obviously, he had to get put into play. Overall assessment of his performance.
Well, we're happy to make the final, and it's tough out of the 10 hole, and it's 5 months now of racing for him. 10th start, 10 hole. He maybe wasn't quite as sharp tonight. Hopefully we can baby him along for next week and get one more out of him, and I'll be able to train him a little bit this week. He came back in six days this time, so I didn't. And we'll see what happens. We need to hope for a draw, of course, in the final. But we're happy to be there and looking forward to it. I think he deserves to be in it, and hopefully we'll have a bit of luck.
How are the others doing? You'll have Greatest Ending tomorrow. Try and stamp his ticket, but then Tattoo Artist for the age horses.
Those two are doing well. Greatest Ending had a great week, and I think he's ready to go tomorrow. I know it's going to be tough, but hopefully he'll make the final as well, and then we might have 3 to go with next Saturday.
We're doing a special post draw on Tuesday night. Can we get you out there to the party?
I don't know, maybe.
I'll buy you a drink.
Well, I don't drink anymore, so.
Even better for me then. Well, appreciate your time, Doc. Good luck next week and all the best here.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, there's Doc Moore as we get set for this 10th race. 3 minutes until post time.
Tenth race horses heading up to the starting gate. Final chance to play the pick 3 offered here in race 10. Final chance to play one tonight. 9-5 on 2, Just Daisy. Chris Christoforou with that Terry Fritz trainee. She's down in class. Hence the fact she's getting so much attention here tonight. She picked up minor checks in September 23rd and October 8th appearances before finishing 8th in her latest. Look at the back half speed, though, in that 6th place finish, 8th place finish in her latest, though. Home at 53-2 in defeat. They're set for a start. Often pacing and a good beginning inside. Major League out fast. Trafalgar is out faster. From the inside, Cowgirl Lily emerging into third now. Down the center, fourth, Casimir. Swamp Girl in traffic now. Wide is Better Be Donna. Outside, Do It for Josie. Just Daisy in at the rail as they travel into that first turn. Then 'Cause I'm Special and Goodnight Irene. The early trailer in the backfield is My Baby Girl. So on top at the quarter, this is Trafalgar and 27-1 to lead over Cowgirl Lily. Better Be Donna dropped in third. Major League got seated up 4th inside. Then Casimir Swamp Girl. Just Daisy rides along 6th. 7th inside Cause Special. Then the limbed out Do It For Josie, Goodnight Irene, and 2 more to trailer My Baby Girl. Field approaching the midway point. Trafalgar pulls the train on top just over a length. A pocket trip tonight for long shot Cal Girl Lily. Better Be Donna 3rd. Major League 4th. Casimir Swamp Girl 5th. Just Daisy first up 6th now. Halftime 55-3. Do It For Josie out the road, but she'll track cover as they head into the final 3/8 of the mile. Locked in is Cause Special 8th. 9th in Overland is My Baby Girl. And trailing is Goodnight Irene, who got the shuffle to last. 3/4 bound, chasing Trafalgar as she's on top now, a length and a half on Cal Girl Lily. Back into second. 3rd outside is Just Daisy, cruising along first over, gaining ground rapidly for Christopher at 3/4 in 1:24.4. And as they turn home, Trafalgar on that lead. Here on the outside comes Just Daisy, who swallows her up. And it's Just Daisy on the outside, sweeping right by Trafalgar, who is spent. Outside 3rd comes Cal Girl Lily. In behind horses there, looking for a seam, was Cause Special, and she had no racetrack whatsoever. Deep stretch. Just Daisy on top by 3, and it's Just Daisy in deep stretch for Christopher as she drops and pops to win. Second was Better Be Donna, Cal Girl Lily 3rd, tight for 4th, and a mile of 1:53. Top 4 on the board, 2-8-1-6. Coming back to Victory Lane, winner of tonight's 10th race, to Just Daisy. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Sunshine Beach out of the Bono's Jade Mare, Oh See My Beau. Homebred, owned and trained by Terry Fritz of Walkerton and Chris Christopherou, the winning reinsman. For Just Daisy, it's win number 5 this year. She is now a 14-time winner to date. Scoots a mile this evening in 1:53 on the class drop. It's Just Daisy. And prices go up for race 10 in winning to Just Daisy, paid $6.60, $2 exact to $27.10, $2 daily double $10.20, dollar trifecta $90.85, dollar superfecta $1,945.60. The $1 pick 3 paid $37.60, and the $1 late pick 5 $165.25. 3-2 in defeat. They're set for a start. Often pacing and a good beginning inside. Major League out fast. Trafalgar is out faster. From the inside, Cowgirl Lily emerging into third now. Down the center, fourth, Casimir. Swamp Girl in traffic now. Wide is Better Be Donna. Outside, Do It for Josie. Just Daisy in at the rail as they travel into that first turn. Then 'Cause I'm Special and Goodnight Irene. The early trailer in the backfield is My Baby Girl. So on top at the quarter, this is Trafalgar in 27-1 to lead over Cowgirl Lily. Better Be Donna dropped in third. Major League got seated up, fourth inside. Then Casimir Swamp Girl. Just Daisy rides along sixth. Seventh inside, 'Cause I'm Special. Then the limbed out, Do It for Josie. Goodnight Irene. And two more to trailer, My Baby Girl. Field approaching the midway point. Trafalgar pulls the train on top just over a length. A pocket trip tonight for long shot Cowgirl Lily. Better Be Donna's third. Major League fourth. Casimir Swamp Girl fifth. Just Daisy first up, sixth now. Halftime 55-3. Do It for Josie out the route, but she'll track cover as they head into the final 3/8 of the mile. Locked in is 'Cause I'm Special eighth. Ninth and overland is My Baby Girl. And trailing is Goodnight Irene, who got the shuffle to last. Three-quarter bound, chasing Trafalgar as she's on top now, a length and a half on Cowgirl Lily. Back into second. Third outside is Just Daisy, cruising along first over, gaining ground rapidly for Christopher at 3/4 in 1:24-4. And as they turn home, Trafalgar on that lead. Here on the outside comes Just Daisy, who swallows her up. And it's Just Daisy on the outside, sweeping right by Trafalgar, who is spent. Outside third comes Cowgirl Lily. In behind horses there, looking for a seam, was 'Cause I'm Special, and she had no racetrack whatsoever. Deep stretch, Just Daisy on top by 3, and it's Just Daisy in deep stretch for Christopher as she drops and pops to win. Second was Better Be Donna. Cowgirl Lily third, tight for fourth, and a mile of 1:53. Tenth race rundown, Cowgirl Lily third, Just Daisy the winner, 'Cause I'm Special sixth. Major League 10th, Trafalgar finished 8th, Goodnight Irene 4th, Casimir Swamp Girl 5th. Better Be Donna 2nd, My Baby Girl 7th, Do It for Josie was 9th. We've got a race 11 to start late, double wagering. It's coming your way in about 13 minutes, and again, no changes the rest of tonight's card.
All right, everybody, it's time for our final draw on this Friday evening, our sixth and final draw that we are going to conduct here tonight, and it is for the final of the 2-year-old Colt Pace Breeders' Crown for a purse of $600,000. Confederate and Handle Like a Porsche were our elimination winners, so they are going to draw for posts 1 through 5. Jim and Tony all set, and Tony, let's pull the first name of one of those elimination winners and see where they will land.
Handle Like a Porsche.
Well, Handle Like a Porsche. What a Mohawk Park debut it was here tonight for Dexter Dunn and Chris Ryder. Post position number 2.
And Confederate.
Post position number 3. So side by side will be the elimination winners as Confederate for Brian Brown. Lands post position number 3. All right, the other 8 balls are all in there now. 8 other names put in to our box. Let's find out where everyone else is going to start.
Tip Top Cat.
A 5th place finish tonight for Tip Top Cat in his debut for New Connections, and he lands the rail. The Ron Burke trainee will start from post 1.
Christchurch.
Post position number 4. So the inside spots are going. Christchurch lands post 4 for trainer Nancy Tactor. 4th tonight in the first elimination.
Act Fast.
Post position number 8 for another Burke trainee, as Act Fast was a 5th place finisher and has qualified for the final next Friday night.
Ammo.
All right, so post 8 for Act Fast and then post 9 for Ammo. The Joe Holloway trainee is going to land the 9 hole for next Friday's final.
Irvin Hanover.
All right, post position number 10. Somebody has to get it. Ron Burke's going to have a ton of starters in next Friday's final. Here's another one of them. Second in the first elimination was Irvin Hanover, but it'll be a post 10 starting spot.
Hunt in the last dollar.
Right in the middle for Hunt in the last dollar, who was just flying at the end in that second elimination. Ended up getting up there to finish second for Team McNair. Post position number 5.
Combustion.
The Brett Pelling trainee finished 4th in that second elimination. Is going to start from post position number 6. I'll say it one last time tonight. The highest winning percentage of any post here at Mohawk Park.
And Stockade Sealster.
So post position number 7 for Stockade Sealster, the Metro Pace winner, the Super Final champion, got upended tonight. He'll start from post position number 7. Keep in mind, he did lose his Metro Pace elimination and came back to win the final. So the Dr. Ian Moore trainee rounds it out, starting from post position number 7. And there's the field for next Friday, $600,000 Breeders' Crown final for 2-year-old Pacing Colts and Geldings. Don't forget, next Friday night, 4 Breeders' Crown finals will be on tap, all for the 2-year-olds, and then we will have 8 finals on Saturday evening. Coming up tomorrow night, we'll do 3 more draws, as it'll be another evening filled with eliminations. Tony, Jim, thanks so much for your time tonight and all your efforts, and everybody enjoy the last couple of races here tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park. We'll talk with you again tomorrow.
Horses have made their way to the track for tonight's 11th race. We introduce them. Number 1 is Sunshine Sally. James McDonald with the Carmen Osceola trainee. Steve Mihalik is the owner. Doug McNair with number 2 Unique Era. Mike Bishop trains. Owner John Davidson. 3 in the field. This is Divide. Trevor Henry with the Shane Barrington trainee, owned by Donnie Gillis Jr. and Beverly McIsaac. Beyond the C4 gets Scott Young for trainer Bob Young. The owner, Sarah Emery. Here's 5, PL, oh yeah, with Dave Miller for trainer Katie Huskinson, Princely Acres, the owner and the breeder. There's 6, Baby Bonita, Sylvan Filion for trainer Bill Budd, the owner's Bruce Davey. Louis Philippe Bois with the 7, Ideal Star, Richard Moreau trains for W. Donovan. 8 is Ivory Hanover, Chris Christophe Roux, the reinsman. Clark Fieldy trains for Coyote Wind Farms. Paul McDonnell, training driving 9, Ipanema Hanover, the Schooner 2 stable owns. Outside to number 10, Ain't She Perfect, Fox Racing, the owner, Carmen Osceola, the conditioner, Jody Jameson pilots. Race 11 starts the late double in 6 minutes.
Race number 10 in the books. And I know, Randy, you were telling us by race 7 how many winners you had. Well, another winner, another nice price in there for you, Just Daisy. Good to go.
Yeah, you know, it's been a kind night so far. In this race there, I mean, I see that, it was the one horse, Sunshine Sally, was taking most of the action. Now they've flipped over to the 6 horse, Baby Bonita. My own opinion there, I went with the 7 horse, Ideal Star, but I think that the horse that really to me stands out the most, I used it for second, was Unique Era. I think that she's been racing lights out, and she's had some really bad post positions to work with in the last little while. Now she's moved into the 2, and she retains Dougie after last week. And last week she just sat last and paced a back half in 53 and 4. And I mean, there's really not much in here that can do much more than that. But I also like Ideal Star as well. I put her on top. She seems like she likes to win races, so I'm going to go there.
Totally, I see the race totally different than you, and hopefully I can get a winner. Maybe you can share some of the wealth in here, because I'm being extremely humble today in terms of my selection. So I ended up going the direction of the 3 Divide. I figured we'd get a decent enough price on this filly that hasn't been able to notch those wins since Shane Barrington has taken over, but she's shown a lot of talent, especially early on this year. As mentioned, hasn't been able to translate here, but I think she's met some tough groups. I think what also bodes well is second best to, 4th in those back-to-back outings into the Mystic Moon. We saw come right back and win today, so I think that could serve pretty well. Got Sexy Scars, another one that finished up well, I believe 3rd or 2nd if I'm not mistaken. So that could be a pretty decent enough reference point, and I'm just hoping she's able to come through at a nice enough price, kind of midway through, mid-pack in terms of the odds in here, as there isn't a clear-cut choice, and we have 2 of them at 7-2. What about some of the others to maybe consider in here?
Well, another one that I kind of like is the 4 horse, Beyond the Sea. Her last race in Lexington was September the 18th. She didn't race like great, but she paced a mile in 51 and 4. I mean, you know, it certainly wasn't disgraced in any way whatsoever. And you know, she was $115 to 1. So I mean, I don't think she was really expected to, you know. But then she has a month off. She comes back here October the 14th, back into the Bob Young barn, and she's parked every step of the mile from the 9 hole, never really gets into the race, but finishes 5th, paces a mile in 53, last quarter in 27 and 4 with a month off. So I'm thinking that she's going to probably look pretty good in here too. She's got a great draw to work with, and Scotty Young's been pretty, he's been hot lately. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see. There's no real clear-cut standout in this race, is there?
No, you're completely right.
It's just, there's a whole, you can make a play for so many of them in here.
What's interesting about Beyond the Sea, and I remember she was one of my horses that I kind of had a note on and tabbed, because I remember she took a ton of support, and I was looking at it in her last start. She ended up floating up to 15 to 1, but she was 6 to 1 at one point. And I was thinking, I was like, with the time away, a month away, I didn't think she'd be much of a factor out of that outside draw. And you mentioned parked almost the entire, parked every step of the way actually, and she still fought on so gamely with that month away. So every reason to believe she's going to be better in here next outing. And I mean, I think she's an intriguing option at 9-2. And again, it's just to kind of reiterate what you said, can't go wrong with any options in here as a top pick. Just kind of for me personally, looking at one that I thought would offer a nice price.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, again, back to the 4 horse Beyond the Sea. I mean, the filly that beat her was Horizontal.
That's right.
And we just watched her make the Breeders' Crown tonight. So how tough is that company? You know?
Exactly. Well, looking forward to this 11th race, just under a minute to post to get your wagers in. Of course, this is going to be your final opportunity to play that late double wager. So good luck to everyone playing along with exactly that. Outside of the late double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta, all available in our 11th.
Horses are lining up for tonight's 11th race. We've got a field of 10 to start the late double, 2 to 1 on the 2. Unique Era. Mike Bishop sending out this JK End of an Era filly. who was a hard driving second in her most recent performance. We'll see if she can build on that effort tonight. She is 2-1 this evening after being 26-1 in that most recent outing. Good looking start here. Field picks up speed. And they're off. Good start in the center for Baby Bonita, charging out there with speed. Ipanema Hanover called on for some hustle from the outside by McDonnell, and she is quickly replying. It's Ipanema Hanover to the front. In between horses divide, will drop to the pocket. Third away, Sunshine Sally, a limbed out Baby Bonita fourth. Through at the inside, into fifth. There travels Unique Era. Further back in at the rail we go to find Beyond the Sea. Then it's Ideal Star and Ivory Hanover. PL Oh Yeah, and the early trailer is Ain't She Perfect. First quarter was 27-4, put up by 50-1 leader Ipanema Hanover. Sitting a pocket trip behind that one is Divide. Third, up on the move now. Here comes a hustled along Sunshine Sally. A gap of 3 to Baby Bonita. Then Unique Era, tracked at the inside by Beyond the Sea. Further back we go to find Ideal Star, Ivory Hanover. Further back at the inside to PL Oh Yeah, and the trailer remains Ain't She Perfect. Halftime 56-3. Sunshine Sally touches down on the lead, and she'll take this field to the final turn. Ipanema Hanover tracked by Divide. Here to the outside, Baby Bonita quickly into gear fourth. With the cover, fifth is Unique Era. Sixth outside drives Beyond the Sea. A gap of 2 to Ideal Star. Another 2 back to Ivory Hanover, followed by PL Oh Yeah, and the trailer is Ain't She Perfect. They're on their way to three quarters. Sunshine Sally still on top. Pressure comes from Baby Bonita. Back into third now as they swing home is Ipanema Hanover. Unique Era on the outside, gapped her cover on the turn. Three quarters in 124-4. Coming into deep stretch. It's still Sunshine Sally trying to dig in. Baby Bonita's on the outside trying to get to her. Divide coming through late. Unique Era's on the outside. 16th of a mile of racetrack to go. Sunshine Sally trying to stay strong. Baby Bonita's got her. Baby Bonita picks up the pieces late to win. It was Baby Bonita and Philion right on the money in 153-4. Eleventh race numbers on the board, posted 6124. Here's 6 Baby Bonita, 3-year-old Sunshine Beach filly out of the Real Artist mare Bonita Beach. Bruce Davey of Brockville, the owner, trainer Bill Budd, winning driver Sylvain Filion. For Baby Bonita, first win this year from 16 tries. She is a 6-time winner to date. That's a new lifetime speed badge earned tonight, 153-4 speed for the 6. Baby Bonita. Price is up race 11 in winning 6. Baby Bonita paid $11.40. $2 exacta, $82.60. $2 daily double, $70.50. Dollar trifecta, $209.15. Dollar superfecta, $909.45. The $1 pick 3 paid $85.55. 12th and finals coming up in about 17 minutes. Six to 1 in that most recent outing. Good looking start here. Field picks up speed. And they're off. Good start in the center for Baby Bonita, charging out there with speed. Ipanema Hanover called on for some hustle from the outside by McDonnell, and she is quickly replying. It's Ipanema Hanover to the front. In between horses divide, will drop to the pocket. Third away, Sunshine Sally, a limbed out Baby Bonita fourth. Through at the inside, into fifth. There travels Unique Era. Further back in at the rail, we go to find Beyond the Sea. Then it's Ideal Star and Ivory Hanover. PL Oh Yeah, and the early trailer is Ain't She Perfect. First quarter was 27-4, put up by 50 to 1 leader Ipanema Hanover. Sitting a pocket trip behind that one is Divide. Third, up on the move now. Here comes a hustled along Sunshine Sally. A gap of 3 to Baby Bonita. Then Unique Era, tracked at the inside by Beyond the Sea. Further back we go to find Ideal Star, Ivory Hanover. Further back at the inside to PL Oh Yeah, and the trailer remains Ain't She Perfect. Halftime 56-3. Sunshine Sally touches down in the lead, and she'll take this field to the final turn. Ipanema Hanover tracked by Divide. Here to the outside, Baby Bonita quickly into gear fourth. With the cover, fifth is Unique Era. Sixth outside drives Beyond the Sea. A gap of 2 to Ideal Star. Another 2 back to Ivory Hanover, followed by PL Oh Yeah, and the trailer is Ain't She Perfect. They're on their way to three quarters. Sunshine Sally still on top. Pressure comes from Baby Bonita. Back into third now as they swing home is Ipanema Hanover. Unique Era on the outside, gapped her cover on the turn. Three quarters in 124-4. Coming into deep stretch. It's still Sunshine Sally trying to dig in. Baby Bonita's on the outside trying to get to her. Divide coming through late. Unique Era's on the outside. 16th of a mile of racetrack to go. Sunshine Sally trying to stay strong. Baby Bonita's got her. Baby Bonita picks up the pieces late to win. It was Baby Bonita and Filion right on the money in 153-4. Here's how they finished in tonight's 11th race. Sunshine Sally second, Unique Era third, Divide sixth, Beyond the Sea fourth, PL Oh Yeah ninth, Baby Bonita the winner, Ideal Star fifth, Ivory Hanover seventh, Ipanema Hanover was eighth, and Ain't She Perfect was 10th. No changes in tonight's 12th race. No carryover for the Jackpot High Five. Post time in about 13 minutes.
Back inside the paddock, it's been a great night. Night 1 of 2 for Breeders' Crown eliminations. We had 7 contested. Those fields have been drawn. I'm sure you'll be able to check those out on social media. Just make sure you check all of that out. Hashtag Breeders' Crown 22 as well if you want to support and push the cause throughout the next couple of weeks again as we play host to those World Championships coming up next weekend. We're only halfway there, though, because we've got eliminations tomorrow. We know we've got a few fields that are going straight to the final, but we'll have a bunch of 3-year-olds. We do have the age mares on the program as well. So it's going to be a great Saturday night, and Mother Nature is certainly going to be helping us out. Fingers crossed she's going to be on our side in a week's time as well for the 2-night championships. But as we head back in studio with Randy and Monique. Monique, I know, unfortunately, you won't be able to join us tomorrow. You're going to be busy with the T-Breads. I know you're going to be watching from afar, but Randy Waples back in studio with me tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to be able to get back in the studio right beside the Hall of Famer, Monique.
To, of course, tuning in to the second half of the Breeders' Crown Elims and looking forward to having Randy back in the studio. And rumor has it you're interested in attending that draw on Tuesday, so maybe we'll have to share a little bit more Randy Waples, because we always love having you around.
Well, there you go, for sure. You keep talking like that, I'll be here all the time. No, I might end up going to that there. That was a great night of racing.
It was awesome. It really was.
It's so nice to see horses that you've never seen, but they're great horses. You know, it's really cool, fresh faces, trying to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to fit into this, scheme of things and that. And it was great racing.
What are your overall thoughts in terms of where some of the horses are drawing for the finals that we do already know about? I know we were talking about, you guys were talking about Adair Castle too, having the 10 hole. That's unfortunate that's another whole different kind of thing to worry about. But what about some of the other ones where some of the horses have drawn? I know a lot of the ones we were really paying attention to. Can't really say anyone drew all that poorly in terms of the major players.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that all, more or less drew where they were supposed to be. I think I seen one filly drew the 10 hole.
Nikki Hill.
Nikki Hill drew the 10 hole. That's a little bit disappointing. It would have been nice to see her down in amongst the monks, but it's a starting point. Doesn't mean that that's where she's going to finish, So I think they all drew pretty good. I think we're setting up for, tomorrow, once we get tomorrow out of the way, I think we're setting up for a huge weekend.
So really quickly, I'm not even going to bother telling you who I have in this 12.
Oh, come on.
You've been on an absolute tear tonight. I know you are on board with Stone Carver in here.
Yes, I did go to Stone Carver. He's obviously a horse that doesn't like to win. He's had 1 win this year in 17 starts, 1 win last year in 10 starts. That doesn't really bother me. He's got huge high speed, and none of the rest of the horses in here, he hasn't come home over 27 seconds in his last 4 starts. It's all 25s and 26s. No other horses like that. First time David Miller. I'm going to take a shot.
Awesome. Looking forward to the finale in here. And of course, more Breeders' Crown Elims tomorrow. Looking forward to exactly that. Up next, going to do the post parade for our 12th and final.
There's one Talk to Me Artie, Trevor Henry for trainer Gary Oliver, the owner Oliver Del Maple Holdings Limited. Tango Sealster 2, Jody Jameson for trainer Courtney Bishop, owners Adrian Saunders. Stone Carver 3 with Dave Miller piloting. The Anthony Beaton trainee is owned and bred by Robert Bridges. Bootlegger Charlie 4, Colin Kelly up, trainer Matt Dupuis, owner breeder Andrew Moore. Emmett's Buddy 5, Tyler Jones for trainer Mike Kwitnowski. Owner breeder is Arthur Ray. 6 Premier Nacho, Bill Maines, Terry Gallant the owners, Gallant trains, Phil Hood on the reinsman. Scott Young on 7 Noble Intentions, Carmen Osiello trainer, owner breeder Robert Burgess. 8 is How You Play the Game. It's James McDonald for trainer Mark Etzel, owners breeder Dave Snowden. 9 Lions Pride, Sylvain Filion for conditioner Anthony Beaton, the owner 3 Lions Racing. And outside to number 10, Sip of Bourbon, with Louis Philippois for trainer Dale Fritz. Dale shares ownership with Michael Sawyer and Edward Aitchison. 12th race, 6 minutes.
Getting set for the Friday night finale. A few more minutes out there on the track. Don't forget about the jackpot high five as we start fresh here tonight. James McDonald still sitting one win shy of 3,000. Maybe how you play the game will be his ticket to that milestone. It is his choice over three others for conditioner Mark Etzel, who joins me here in the paddock. Talk about your horse right now. A bit of a bounce-back effort last time. How do you think overall that he's coming into this race?
He's coming in pretty good. He had a good week training. We did some vet work on him, so hopefully he's a little better.
You get the confidence from James, right?
Yeah, James feels confident more than me.
Yeah. Main reason I want to talk to you, obviously, tomorrow looking ahead, you've got Adair Castle. You and your partners, you've had a great run over 2 years with her. She's made a lot of money. You decided to pony up. It was expensive. We know that, $72 US to supplement her to the Breeders' Crown. Supplements have had success over the years here, but you drew post position 10. What do you make of the situation?
The 10 hole's a 10 hole. She has good gate speed and can race off the pace, too. So I'd rather have the 10 than the rail here. It is what it is. Just got to make it to the final and go from there. Hopefully draw better.
Now, if you had to be racing here tonight, it looks like the kind of night where you need to be involved, but tomorrow could be a totally different story, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of early speed in that race, so hopefully it sets up for us somewhere along the way.
From a conditioning standpoint, how is she holding up? Is she still as strong as she was? Is she stronger? Where's she at?
She's good right now. I said to James this week, she's sharper this week than she's been all season, so hopefully that carries over for us.
That's a good sign. Regardless of what happens, she's had a great couple of years for you. I wish you all the best in the future with her, and good luck tomorrow night.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, there's Mark Etzel as we get set for the Friday night finale. Again, race number 12 coming up here in a couple of minutes as we wrap things up. I want to remind you tomorrow, back with a baker's dozen. Majority of the card is going to be made up, of course, of Breeders' Crown eliminations for the 3-year-olds and the age-pacing mares. We'll have lots of details, some more draws taking place throughout the night. Hopefully join us for that. 7 o'clock first post, pregame show with Randy and I hitting the airwaves at 6:30. Good luck in the last here, guys.
Twelfth race horses are moving in now, lining up. 3 to 5 on 3 Stonecarver, 1 for 17 record in the season coming in. as he gets in with known winners of two types tonight. Big back half numbers last time out, chasing them down late, but it was all for naught as he finished 6th. See if David Miller can instill some confidence in three-horse Stone Carver, who's bet off the board tonight at 1-2. Some would say a major overbet, now 2-5. Lots of other good price options there if you're not sold on Stone Carver. We are set for a start. Here they come. And they're off. Some of them gapped off outside. Noble Intentions gapped the gate, as did Lion's Pride. A good beginning for Premier Nacho. No gapping for him. He's going to gap them early in the front end. Premier Nacho up front by 2. Sharp Speed gets Sip of Bourbon into the pocket spot. Then it's Bootlegger Charlie up close 3rd. Tango Sealster 4th. 5th away Stone Carver. 6th at the rail. Talk to Me Artie. Further back into 7th now as they drive their way to quarter 1 is Emmett's Buddy. Then further back we go to find How You Play the Game. It's another 2 to Lion's Pride and 3 to Noble Intentions, who can see them all. Off stride there when sitting near the backfield went Emmett's Buddy as he planted them. 27-1 the opening quarter, and they move into the backstretch. On top here, it's Premier Nacho. Premier Nacho up front. Back into 2nd is Sip of Bourbon. Bootlegger Charlie, then Tango Sealster. Stone Carver back there 5th. 6th inside, Talk to Me Artie. The field approaches the half. They're still chasing Premier Nacho as he's up front at double digits, leading them through 55-3 first half speed. In at the rail 2nd is Sip of Bourbon. Now first up 3rd is Tango Sealster. On his cover, Stone Carver as he's wheeled this too long. 4th outside. Back into 5th at the rail is Bootlegger Charlie. 6th up on cover comes Talk to Me Artie. 3/8 of a mile to go, and they're chasing Premier Nacho. He's in a final turn scrap with a first over attacker, Tango Sealster. In at the rail 3rd is Sip of Bourbon. Stone Carver advancing on the cover as Miller's got him 2 off the lead. He's done his part. Can Stone Carver do his? 3/4 in 124-1 into the stretch. Premier Nacho leaking off the rail here as he comes into the stretch. He's under attack from every which way. Outside is Tango Sealster, scooting through a Sip of Bourbon. Stone Carver fed racetrack now by Miller, and he comes off cover with pace. Here's Stone Carver in deep stretch. The 2-5 favorite shakes loose late, and it will be Stone Carver to win. Stone Carver to win it by a length and a half. On Tango Sealster, then Sip of Bourbon. Up the inside came Lion's Pride, Bootlegger Charlie 5th. There's your top 5, 3, 2, 10, 9, 4. To Victory Lane returns 3 Stone Carver, 3-year-old Better's Delight gelding out of the Mach 3 mare, Marquisa de Syrah. Is a homebred owned by Robert Bridges of Campbellville, trained by Anthony Beaton, was driven to victory tonight by David Miller. Second win this year from 18 tries, 3rd career score for Stone Carver, winning the finale 152-3. 3 Stone Carver, $2.80 to win, $2 exact to $12.10, $2 daily double $21.90, dollar trifecta $24.25, dollar superfecta $2.75.50, dollar jackpot high 5 winning ticket paid $707.95. Multiple winning tickets out there, which means carryover going into tomorrow night's program, and that number just over $9,000. The $1 pick 3, $57.30, and the $1 late pick 4 paid $175.55. And that wraps up Friday action. Hope you can join us tomorrow, 7 o'clock. We'll kick things off with the first race scheduled post time. 6:30, getting things underway with round 1 of program changes, followed shortly thereafter by a pregame show. Big coverage tomorrow night of the Breeders' Crown eliminations. Join us at 6:30. We are set for a start. Here they come. And they're off. Some of them gapped off outside. Noble Intentions gapped the gate, as did Lions Pride. A good beginning for Premier Nacho. No gapping for him. He's going to gap them early on the front end. Premier Nacho up front by 2. Sharp Speed gets Sip of Bourbon into the pocket spot. Then it's Bootlegger Charlie up close 3rd. Tango Sealster 4th, 5th away Stone Carver 6th at the rail. Talk to Me Artie. Further back into 7th now as they drive their way to quarter 1 is Emmett's Buddy. Then further back we go to find How You Play the Game. It's another 2 to Lions Pride and 3 to Noble Intentions, who can see them all. Off stride there when sitting near the backfield went Emmett's Buddy as he planted them. 27-1 the opening quarter, and they move into the backstretch. On top here, it's Premier Nacho. Premier Nacho up front. Back into 2nd is Sip of Bourbon. Bootlegger Charlie, then Tango Sealster. Stone Carver back there 5th. 6th inside, Talk to Me Artie. The field approaches the half. They're still chasing Premier Nacho as he's up front at double digits, leading them through 55-3 first half speed. In at the rail 2nd is Sip of Bourbon. Now first up 3rd is Tango Sealster. On his cover, Stone Carver, as he's